Testing. Testing.
let me do it again. And the first item is a public comment, if there's any.
Okay. I did not receive any public comment for this meeting in my inbox. Derek, did you happen to receive any in case people just looked at the, email from the regular agenda?
I have not.
Okay. All right, then hearing no public comment, we will close the public comment section of the meeting.
And the first
Okay,
item is
the next
public
thing on the
comment, if there's
agenda,
any.
financial management summary.
Perfect.
I did
And
not
as
receive any
per
public comment
usual,
for this meeting
Sherry,
in my
if you would not mind
inbox.
walking us through
Derek,
that,
did
that
you
would be
happen to
terrific.
receive any?
That'd be great. Good evening. In your packets, I submitted the financial management summary for the year to date as of December 31st, 2020. The focus for December was finishing up the audit, revising the ESSER grant, and drawing down the funds for the Corona Relief Grant that ended on December 30th, 2020. We started the budget process and met with our building administrators to hear their request for the 2021-22 budget. We will be presenting the superintendent's budget to the board soon and setting up a number of budget workshops with the board. The Board of Education budget for 21-22 is due to the town on January 25th, 2021.
Sherry, before you move on, Mrs. Beth, also through the chair, Kristen, I'm sorry.
Of course, yeah. No reason to do that at all. That's perfectly fine.
Sherry, I know we had the grant 2, which expired the end of December, was roughly worth $1.3 million. Can you explain just how much we were able to draw down against that grant, against the 1.3?
It's a great question.
Well, we're asking for so far 500,000 roughly.
Of the 1.3 million?
Mm-hmm.
Is that cash out the door, or is that approved? Like, explain to me what that 500.
I have to actually submit the expenditures in for the payroll and for the accounts payable. So what we've been asked to do is do it in increments. And the first increment is going to be 500,000.
So just so I can clarify, at the last meeting, we talked about it was a spend it or lose it mentality through December 30th, that 1.3. Is that changed?
No, it's done. December 30th is done.
So when you
Yes.
say they've asked you to submit it in
Increments.
tranches.
We have up to 90 days to request the funds from the state. During that time, if we wish to do it in increments of smaller amounts, we can do so. And it'd probably be easier doing it that way because you have to scan a lot of documents in with your request. You have to verify that the accounts payable was paid and check numbers and amounts. And with the payroll, you have to submit payroll registers where you've actually paid these people that you're claiming that it belongs in the Coronavirus Relief Fund grant.
Sure. So of the 500, do we expect additional requests to be made under that grant?
Yes, there are going to be additional ones. I just don't know what the final number is going to be right now because I'm still going through the budget and reclassifying the expenditures, making sure I got all of the expenditures in there and detailing it out so I can submit the payroll registers appropriately and the accounts payable check registers appropriately to the
Do
state.
you think those expenditures will total the 1.3? Do you think you'll come close to that?
I think we're going to be under. We're going to be under. And I can tell you that most districts across the state are in that same position because there's a lot of things that couldn't be done in time for the grant to be ended on December 30th. So I will keep you posted and finalize the actual year-to-date expenditures going through to that Coronavirus Relief Fund when I'm finished with that.
Okay, and the other grant, which expires, I believe, June 1st for totaling about $230,000, is that?
$229,844.
Yep.
And that expires June 30th, 2021. Now, I was
And how
able
much
to,
Yeah,
I
how
was
much did we
able
apply to
to-
that?
revise it in such a way that all of the salaries and benefits are going to account for the 229,844.
And the
And then-
salary and benefits of the health aides or the?
The permanent building subs, and also when I move to my next spreadsheet, I will show you the portion that was applied for the distant learning teachers'
Okay,
salaries.
I have a question. I understand that this is complicated. So the first grant, the 229,000 that we have until the end of the school year to use, why couldn't we use none of that money for the first half of the school year and instead apply all salaries, health aid, long-term sub, permanent building subs to the CARES Act grant so that we could spend down a little bit more of that 1.3 million. And then we had the remainder of that first grant, the 229, that could be spent right now through the end of the school year.
It only has to be spent with permanent building substitutes are going through there. So their full
How-
salaries
Right,
of the
how come now?
4 permanent subs and the benefits are going through that
Right.
particular grant.
Right, my question is, why does that have to be the case?
Because that's what we wrote the grant initially for, was for the 4 permanent building subs. And I revised it to encompass the distant learning teachers, a portion of their salary, which is $87,964. And that will spend our 229,844. Then moving forward, if you let me finish my report, I can tell you that there are going to be more funds coming in the way of the ESSER #2 grant. And by the end of this week, we should have allocations as to all the districts and how much we're going to be receiving. And that can be used for a 2-year period, starting probably a month after. Probably be February is what I'm guessing.
Is there any
So-
insight into what that number could be? Any insight at
No.
all in a range?
Well, the only information I have is what the total of the state, what they received in
Right.
total.
You know that, yeah. Mhm.
But that's not indicating any portions for any district. So when I have that information, I will certainly let you know on that. I guess the main thing is that the second spreadsheet that I handed you today in an email is forecasting to cover the distant learning teacher salaries for the fiscal year 2021. And what I've done on this spreadsheet is indicate how many distant learning teachers we have and their salaries and their benefits. Then I took it through to grant #2 and the portion that is coming out of grant #2, which is the Coronavirus Relief Fund grant, and then the portion that comes out of LEA. The bottom line of the LEA cost is $327,065. I revised grant #1 to include $87,964 of the distant learning teacher salaries, bringing it to an overall shortfall of $239,101. I've been negotiating with All Star Transportation, and they are going to give us a $200,000 credit. And the balance to cover will be 39,101. Now, if you look at your certified salaries, there is an amount of money that we're showing at the end, which is a savings. So I feel that we could certainly cover it, 39,101 with that line item. If you look at the sub account, there's no money taken out of there because the balance of everything that has been expended has been moved to the grant and is covered by the coronavirus grant. Today at 4:04, we received notification from the state of Connecticut where we're going to get another ESSER grant. And it's labeled as second funding. And the department was notified late last week that Connecticut will be receiving $492,426,458 in ESSER Title II funding pursuant to the Section 313. At the end of this week, the state will reserve 10% of these funds to themselves, and then the rest will go to the districts, and there will be a complete listing of allocations by district at the end of this week, confirming what our amounts are. We must, just like the Coronavirus Relief Fund grant, we must apply for these funds. And a timeline is going to be set for us. And then we go in and then we apply for the necessary funds that we are given. My guess is that because there's a lot of people that did not spend the Coronavirus Relief Fund grant, those funds will probably be transferred to the ESSER 2 funding, whereas we can use them in a 2-year period. The grant is going to end on June 30th, 2022. So there'll be ample opportunity for us to, I feel, use that money for any expenditures that we were not able to cover with the Coronavirus Relief Fund, right?
So that-
And
Yeah.
basically, I think that puts us in good shape as of right now, because we still have to cover the health aids, which will be about $30,000. And I believe now that we could safely take it out of that grant that we're moving forward with, that we'll be able to apply for, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So if this next grant money ends June 30th, 2022, we shouldn't think about that as a 2-year grant. It's really a 1.5.
1.5 year,
Yeah.
but the grant award letter is going to indicate that, quote unquote, it's a 2-year grant. It'll be put in that category.
Okay, but we know it ends, it only impacts the remainder of this fiscal year and next fiscal year.
Yes.
And, okay,
Our biggest concern was to cover for the distant learning teachers and to cover for the health aids.
Yeah. I agree that I don't think there's any concern about that at all. I mean, the likelihood of us not getting at least enough money to cover those 2 things from this, whatever we're going to call it, the 3rd grant, is highly unlikely. So I'm not worried about that at all anymore. When Beth asked the question and when we asked for the forecast, we did not know.
We
Obviously,
did not know of this, exactly, and it was 4 o'clock today that
Well, we knew whenever the grant was passed, or whenever the law was passed in Congress. But so I'm not worried about that at all. I guess what I'm most worried about now is our regular operating budget. I understand that we cannot supplant operating budget with any kind of grant money that's coming down from the new act. But that gets to be a very messy and fuzzy line. So when we move into budget workshop phase, we'll need to talk about that because we can't have that money. We can't take well, I think you all know what I'm
No,
saying.
I'm not suggesting that we.
Sherry, I'm not saying that you're suggesting it. I'm just putting it out there that we need to be
Mhm.
careful with the town. We need to be firm in our position that
Mhm.
that money cannot be used to supplant regular operating costs.
Right. And there will be specific things that we apply for this grant. It'll be earmarked for that purpose only.
Yeah.
And as long as we stick to that purpose that we wrote the grant for, I think we'll be okay. I'm not suggesting that I'm going to pull in all these other expenses that
Sure.
occurred down the road.
I totally hear you. When I say we need to be careful, I'm not saying you need to be careful. I'm saying in our work with the town, we need to be careful how we articulate what money is being used for what. And there is no question that the town is going to expect to see what we intend to put in for our application for money from the grant. That's what I'm saying. If this is, and Ed is smiling a little because I think Ed knows exactly what I'm talking about. So we will be asked by the town to say, okay, if this is your operating expenses and this is what you're asking from the town for a budget next year, what is it that you're asking or that you're going to use with this new money that you've received? That we will have to incorporate both aspects into the conversation with the town.
Yes, absolutely.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So has
Yeah,
the
of course,
grant been written for the second round, or when is that, if not, when is that due?
We don't know. We don't know any more information than what I gave you tonight.
Okay, so
They
we
are
don't
going
know
to
what
tell us.
expenses would qualify, or do we have any idea
No,
what guidance they're
because
giving
right
around the
now,
grant at that
The
point?
rest of this email said they are trying to pull together a document that we can follow as to what expenses can be used for this grant. So we don't know what that is. But from the last document I received, it was pretty straightforward as far as what you need to spend these coronavirus relief fund money on, So it'll be the same kind of thing, and it'll be a timeline, deadline for application, and the amount. And so all those details will come through, I believe, on Friday. It said the end of the week, so
Okay.
I'm hoping that they follow through.
All right.
Okay,
Well, based on our previous discussion, I think cash flow will be important to understand for this grant, given what the timing of the spend needs to be and what we think we can really spend with that grant money, right? I mean, it sounds like
Right.
that's the challenge with the previous grant, so.
Exactly.
yeah. I'd like to ask a question concerning the distribution of the money to the districts by the state. Is that going to be based on the town's ability to pay or to fund education, Sherry? Or is it going to be just based on who could present a better request?
Oh, I don't know if that's the way they're going to run that or not. I truthfully don't. The way they ran the first ESSER was they gave us an amount, but they didn't ask us to put together anything, and then they decide, okay, this is a good plan, then we'll give you money. And that wasn't the intention of the first grant. So I don't know for sure. And like I said, that'll probably be in the instructions that we get on Friday. So I really don't know. I can't tell you what that's going to entail until I have it in front of me in black and white.
Well, I'm going to guess then, based on my past experience, is that they're going to take into consideration the ability of a town to fund education, because they're not just going to say that one district wrote a better grant than another district, and poorer towns are going to get less money because they can't write a good grant.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah,
No,
I have no idea, you know.
no, I hear
It
you.
may be just my opinion that I'm telling you, but
No,
I
no.
don't know.
And the reason I asked that question, because I heard what Kristen said about making sure that we can enunciate, for lack of a better word, or explain to the town how money is divvied up between the different districts in the state of Connecticut. Because quite often people do not understand that aspect of it, where
Okay.
the ability, and and that's a big one, and our taxpayers, and I think not just Seymour taxpayers, many taxpayers in many districts and many communities don't understand that the state looks at the ability of the town to fund education.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I surmise that we're going to maintain what we have been already maintaining as far as education to the best of our ability. And the budget, I think, that we put together is very good. And it should receive a lot of positive comments from, I'm hoping.
okay. And also, Mr. Stramello, recall that first grant, the one where we got the 1.4 million that we could not spend in 5 months, which is understandable.
Right.
That was based not on a grant that we wrote, but it was based on responses to a survey.
Survey, correct.
And so it sounds like this time around, it is not going to be based on neither responses to a survey nor any kind of written grant. My guess is it's just going to be some dollar number assigned, and then we almost like draw down funds according to what's allowed.
Mhm.
It's almost a misnomer to be calling it a grant, right? Because it's not, neither of them have really acted like a grant in a way, but be that as it may, it'll be, a lot of anticipation in terms of how they're gonna do it this time.
Right. So as soon as I know those details, I will let the board know.
Yeah,
on that.
and Beth, for your edification, when Mr. Stramello talks about the state looking at a town's ability to pay, there are rankings out there that will say, according to the socioeconomic and financial health of your town, you should be able to spend X amount on education. Almost like, when you fill out the financial aid forms and they tell you you should be able to afford X amount for college. The state does that based on a town's metrics. And Seymour consistently does not make the contribution as big as the state says that the town of Seymour should be making. Right? Is that a fair articulation of it, Ed? And that has been our tradition in the town of Seymour since I've been on the Board of Finance and before, which is
But
over
there's
a
a-
decade.
In fairness to
Absolutely,
that, there's a good many
absolutely
towns
correct.
that don't do that. You know
Yes.
what I mean? And it's like, it's not only Seymour. I've seen it
Oh,
in
no,
30
it's not
years.
only Seymour's.
I've been a business manager. Yeah, they could afford to do it, but will
They
they do
don't.
it? And
Right.
a lot of them don't.
Because they voted down or whatever the case is. So that's
Right.
just, I wanted to make sure you had
Thank
that
you.
background. Yeah. All right, are there any other questions? I do not have any for myself, but happy for more to come from Beth and Ed.
I'm fine, Beth.
No, I'm good.
All right, great. Then let me check my email very quickly. And no surprise, I did not receive any public comment while we were having our meeting. So with
Good.
that, are there any, I do not have a chairman's report. I think we had a good discussion tonight. We're all looking forward to seeing what the state will be saying at the end of the week. Is there a superintendent's report? Oh, and I apologize. I went slightly out of order. I looked for the public comment first, but it was informal. So looking at section 4B on our agenda, is there a superintendent's report?
No superintendent report this evening.
All right, sounds good. Now I'm on public comment, item 5 on our agenda. I have not received any public comment in my inbox. So with that, a motion to adjourn would be in order.
I'll make a
So
motion.
moved.
Second,
All right, motion by
Estremolo,
Ed
so moved.
Stramello.
Excuse me,
Motion by Ed Stramello.
Kristen, I think Leanne has something.
Oh, okay, go ahead,
make the motion
Leanne.
to move the financial summary to the main board.
Sure, yeah, thank you for having us go back to that. Sorry, I missed that. Would someone like to make a motion to recommend to the full board the approval of the financial management summary ending December 31st, 2020?
So moved.
Thank you. That was
Seconded by Ed
seconded
Strumella.
Second by Ed, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. There are no opposed, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Now we'll jump back down to item 6. There was a motion on the table to adjourn. I'm happy Mr. Stanek is not in this meeting with us. The motion was made by Beth Mysteriak. It was seconded by Ed, perhaps the other way around. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. No one's opposed. Thanks, you guys. See you in a minute.
Thank you.
All right. Kristen, Fred Stanek, Kristen Harmeling. I don't think I'm missing anyone. I think that we are all here. Okay. I'll wait one more minute and then we.
Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Doing well, Peter. Happy New Year. How you doing?
Good, good. Happy New Year to you too.
All right, okay, now Chris is here. Okay, I believe we are all here. So I will call the meeting to order, the regular meeting at 7:32. If we could stand and pledge the flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, going on to item number 2, Mr. Champagne.
Good evening. All right, we have a few fellas and ladies.
Okay, and we're just going to remind people that when we talk, we don't talk about individual staff members under public comment. And the board can decide to add an item to the agenda that comes up in the public comment, but it does not have to at this particular time. It can postpone to another time. With all that said, Mr. Champagne, you're up.
All right, thanks, Ed. The first one that I have is from Sherry Higgins. I know it's important that the children go back to school. Even though I am willing to send my child back to school, I'm worried about the January month being a dark winter month due to COVID-19. No one can control the teachers and families' households to keep them safe from COVID. You will be asking families and teachers that if they're feeling symptoms and they are tested and waiting for a result, they should not notify the school and stay away until the test is back. The reason for this question is that I found a lot of families and workers are taking the test and still returning to work while waiting for the results. If the results are positive and they were around other children and staff members, these people are now exposed, including their household, which causes them to quarantine. How will you protect these children and staff during these 4 days per week? I think the rotation was better, and the school system should gradually get the children and staff in by doing 3 days per week with rotation, then continue to get everyone back. The prediction for January is grim. I also would like to know how often these children and their teachers are washing their hands and wiping their desks down, proper social distancing, and the school enforcement on mask wearing over nose, not under their nose. Seymour Public Schools have been very good and cautious so far in protecting their teachers, children, and families. Sorry, the format on this is odd. By doing the 2-day rotation in person living. I think the school should continue this rotation process. Even during this process, children and teachers were still having the virus. However, the rotation limits the impact of virus in schools and helps reduce the transmission in the household of the families and teachers. I know this is a hard struggle for everyone, but we must continue to be vigilant in maintaining safety for everyone. Sherry Higgins Riley. The next comment I have is from Mia Bronson. Hello, my name is Mia Bronson. I'm a senior at Seymour High. With the Board of Ed meeting happening on January 11th, I have a few suggestions. Although I know that the option for me to choose to stay home once school reopens, I would like the Board of Ed to reconsider pushing for January 19th to be the date of the school reopening. Rates in Connecticut are some of the highest they've been since April of 2020. Although I know that this decision was made to benefit students, I do not think this is counteractive in terms of students' health. The daily rates in Connecticut have been upwards of 5% since November. Online schooling, despite having some struggle, will keep students and staff safe in a time which COVID-19 is spreading and infecting more, all while having a similar gestation window. Personally, I would rather go back to hybrid and then possibly full-time at a time in which is absolutely safe to do so, meaning that we won't need to keep switching hybrid and full remote learning. Again, I know the decision for me to remain online is open, but many other students and staff voiced the same opinion in which they feel we should return to school at a much safer time. I urge you and the rest of the committee to consider the opinions of students and staff. Thank you, Mia Bronson. All right, the third one I have is from Michael Rotatori. My name is Michael Rotatori. I live on 14 North Benham Road, Seymour. For the past year, we've all been through tough times dealing with this pandemic. We want life to be back to normal. The positivity rate in Connecticut was around 1% when the hybrid model started in the fall. By the time we got to November, the rate was up to 3%. At this time, Seymour Public Schools decided to go to the full distance model. The positivity rate in Connecticut is now close to 8.5. We want to send the kids back to the hybrid model next week. This choice does not make any sense with the rate being so high. This seems to contradict why you went to full distance model originally. It was to protect the health and safety of kids, teachers, and families, with the rates being at an all-time high. You seem to not be thinking about the kids, teachers, parents, and grandparents' health and safety. There are no indicators that the virus is being contained and the positivity rate is going down. The number of vaccinations in Connecticut is around 99,000. This is not even close to being herd immunity. Hopefully by May or June, we'll have a better idea of where we stand with the virus and herd immunity. We need to think about the safety of families and teachers. Does the Board of Ed and administrators think now is the right time to send kids back to the hybrid model next week and possibly everybody going back mid-February? I think the Board of Education should reconsider starting the hybrid model next week. We better look at it again at the end of March. At this time, it would be more logical to keep the kids safe and remain in the full distance model. Thanks, Mike Rotatori. Okay. That one was. Next one I have is from Cindy Dion, 18 Carriage Drive. Good afternoon. I'm sending this public comment and also as an email to the entire board. It appears that many parents are questioning why students can be allowed in school. However, our Board of Ed can't meet face-to-face. It's my understanding that, in fact, at least 10 members of the Board of Ed can meet face-to-face as mandated by the state of Connecticut. Cindy Dion. Okay, next one I have is, excuse me, from Allison Brett, 11 Stanley Drive. Good evening. I'm writing this evening to receive further clarification on the reopening phases that have been shared with the families. I am an active listener in every Board of Ed meeting, and the consistent message that has been shared by the members is minimal change. While unfortunately change is inevitable, and as we know, children all adapt to change. With that being said, I was inquiring when the administrative team will be sharing the increase in cohort sizes with the family. I thank Mr. Freund in advance for taking time to speak with me. However, it's still unclear, and I believe that this information is imperative when making an informed decision on whether to continue full distance or allow my child to return. With the current data as of January 8th, Seymour is 49.3 positivity rate and continues to be placed in the red zone. I question how social distancing can occur following the proper protocol that was shared with the district. With the new mutation of the virus spreading twice as fast and the red zone guidelines of considering more distance learning, I'm concerned that we are moving at a rapid pace. I would hate to see our children be placed back on distance learning only after being in the building a short time. As we all know, inconsistency is not what is in the best interest of children. I understand that students need to be in school. However, continuing with the hybrid learning model would continue to keep our children safe while still having some in-person learning. So I asked Mr. Wilson as well as the board to consider extending the hybrid learning model plan until our numbers subside. Thank you. Okay. Next one I have is from Dina Lynn Garrow. Good morning, Board of Ed members. I'm writing you tonight with regards to the current reopening plan. I was surprised by the decision that central office created an action plan to return to teaching students in person throughout the district schools without any representation from the Seymour Education Association. I know there were several teachers involved in the previous discussions for reentry at the beginning of the year, but it does not appear to be the same at this time. It is important that representation from the SEA is invited by central office to sit at the table and be part of the discussion when an action plan as important as this is being developed, so all stakeholders can have a voice. Thank you for your time. Excuse me. Next one is from Craig Prasakis. Good evening, Board of Ed members. I'm writing you in regards to the reopening plan for Seymour Public Schools. I was both surprised and disappointed that the representation from the Seymour Education Association was not invited or included to join in the dialogue with central office about the return to teaching in-person students next week. I find that it is imperative for central office to keep the lines of communication open with the SEA when formulating action plans that directly impact and affect the teachers. Sincerely, Craig Prasakis. Next one is from Rebecca DeAngelis. Good evening, Board of Ed members. I was disappointed that the Seymour Education Association was not asked to be part of the small committee central office formed to create the action plan for going back to teaching in the district buildings. This action plan has a direct impact on every teacher in the district, so it's important to have representation from the SEA. Thank you for listening. Rebecca DeAngelis. The next one I have is from Julie Pinkeson. Good evening, Board of Ed members. I'm writing you today in regards to the reopening plan for Seymour schools. It was frustrating to learn that an action plan to return to in-person teaching in the school buildings was designed without any input from the Seymour Education Association. It's concerning that a decision was made by central office without any voice from the SEA, and this decision affects every teacher in the district. Sincerely, Julie Pinkeson. Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
I asked Jay to read one letter. I think you'll understand why. That's the next one up.
Okay.
Jay, you ready to go?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry. This letter is from Rebecca Champagne, 3 Barn Hill Lane. Good evening. I play several roles as a member of our community. I was born and raised in Seymour and continue to reside here with my family. I truly adore the town of Seymour, as we are a close-knit community with an excellent school system. I have 3 children in the district that attend Chatfield Lepresti School and Seymour Middle School. I am also proud to mention that I am a teacher of 18 years in this district. I have the utmost respect for our school district and the Board of Education, as both work tirelessly to do well by our students. Having said this, I must express my opinion regarding the upcoming phases of our school reentry plan. I'm very disappointed by the hasty decision made by the board at the December meeting. No time was given to explore the many pros and cons to this plan. And I truly feel it is an irresponsible decision that has been made to move forward with it. As a parent, I can make the choice to keep my children safe through distance learning, a choice that I have made unequivocally. Unfortunately, as an educator mandated to return to the school environment, the safety of my family becomes compromised. Despite differing opinions, one thing is very clear. As of January 8th, according to the CDC CT COVID tracker map, Seymour stands at a 49.3 positivity rate, clearly in the red zone. When the positivity rate is above 25%, the zone calls for increased distance learning for school systems. Regardless of our governor's blurring of the lines, 49.3 is statistically a failing number for safety. Our current positivity rate is percentage points away from double the suggested threshold. Please consider that while distance learning is not the most ideal approach to education, it is the safest right now. Students and staff are all home safe and in a sound learning routine since November. At this point, it is through no fault of the school district that anyone has become ill. Finally, though it is not popular to share the opinion of teachers in the district, I speak for many when I say teachers and staff are scared. They are perhaps more scared now than ever. I humbly ask that you revisit this plan at tonight's meeting prior to sending students and staff into a potentially dangerous and disruptive environment. Push the dates back for both phases. By the end of February or beginning of March, many educators may have the vaccine. We may also know more about this new mutation of the COVID virus. By pushing the dates back, we may ensure less transmission in the school environment. There's still time in this new school year to return in person when our positivity rates decrease. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Champagne, any more?
Yes, sir. Let me get to the next one. This one is, from Jackie Ferdino. Dear Board of Education members, I'm sending this communication to let you know about my concerns that the Seymour Education Association was not asked to be part of the committee that designed the action plan for returning to teaching students in person. As this decision impacts every teacher in the bargaining unit, it's critical that the SEA be included in the roundtable discussions based on our returns. Sincerely, Jackie Ferdino. Next up is from Caitlin Drakowski. Good evening, Board of Ed members. It was disappointing that Seymour Education Association was not asked to be part of the small committee central office forum to create the action plan for going back to teaching in the district buildings. The action plan has a direct impact on every teacher in the district, so it's important to have representation from SEA. Caitlin Drakowski, kindergarten teacher, Chatfield, Lepresti. Next up is from Sandra Prefontaine. Good evening, Board of Education members. It was disappointing that Seymour Education Association was not asked to be part of the small committee central office forum to create the action plan for going back to teaching in the district buildings. This action plan has a direct impact on every single teacher in the district, so it's important to have representation from the SEA. Thanks for listening. Next up is from Mallory Knutson. Good evening, Board of Education members. As the plan to reopen Seymour Public Schools approaches, I am a little disappointed that teachers from the Seymour Education Association were not asked to be included in the process. As a member of the reopening committee, I was very distraught when I received the email with the plan to reopen, knowing the committee was not part of that decision. I would imagine that other committee members were also. There is a committee in place, yet it was not utilized to create this action plan. This affects all members of our community, and therefore their voices should be considered. Thank you for your time and consideration regarding this concern. All right, next one up is from Barbara Grotadoria. Good evening, Board of Education members. It was disappointing that Seymour Education Association was not asked to be part of the small committee central office forum to create the action plan for going back to teaching in the district buildings. This action plan has a direct impact on every teacher in the district, so it's important to have representation from the SEA. Thank you for listening, Barbara Grotadoria, Seymour Public Schools teacher. Next up, this is from Dave Willitson. Good evening, Board of Education members. This correspondence is being written on behalf of the interest of numerous Seymour High School teachers who have come forward to their building representatives. Many were surprised by the decision that central office created an action plan to return to teaching students in person throughout the district schools without any representation from the Seymour Education Association. When an action plan such as this is being developed, we believe it is important that representation from the SEA is invited by central office to sit at the table and be a part of this discussion. Additionally, it is the belief of many Seymour High School teachers that we are so close to vaccine distribution for staff through the hard work of our health department, and believe it's prudent to wait until our staff is vaccinated to return students to the building, given the infection rate is currently higher than it was when it was left. This was actually signed sincerely, Jen Monaco, Alan Aldrich, Dave Willitson, on behalf of the faculty of Seymour High. Okay, next one I have is from Corey Overcash, Seymour Public Schools teachers. Good evening, Board of Education members. It was disappointing that the Seymour Education Association was not asked to be part of the small committee central office forum to create the action plan for going back to teaching in the district buildings. The action plan has a direct impact on every teacher in the district, so it's important to have representation from the SEA. It's also concerning that these decisions are made without Board of Ed members coming into our buildings and seeing what they currently look like. For example, going into classrooms and seeing what it will look like with the number of students we will have. We as teachers have a great deal of concern, and our concerns and input should be considered since we are the ones in it every day. I appreciate your time. Next one I have, Heather Sano, Seymour Public Schools teachers. Good evening, Board of Education members. It was disappointing that teachers and the Seymour Education Association was not asked to be part of the small committee central office forum to create the action plan for going back to teaching in the district buildings. This action plan has a direct impact on every teacher in the district, so it's important to have representation from the SEA. There are so many daycares and preschools in town in quarantine as I write this, and more confirmed cases within district daily. Next up, Susan Duke, Seymour Public Schools teacher. Good evening, Board of Ed members. It's very disappointing to hear that SEA was not asked to be part of the committee formed to create an action plan for the return to school. This plan has a direct impact on every teacher. Now more than ever, I personally feel uncomfortable going back and teaching in person. What we are doing is working. Why risk spreading the virus? The numbers are high right now. I feel it's too soon to go back. What is wrong with waiting one more month until these numbers decrease? I think of how the flu spread like wildfire through the middle school last January. It would be awful if that repeated itself with COVID. Thanks for listening. 3 more. Susan Callows. Good evening, Board of Ed members. As a teacher, it's quite disappointing knowing that the Seymour Education Association was not asked to be part of the small committee that central office formed in order to create this action plan that is about going back to teaching within the district buildings. This action plan has a direct impact on every teacher in the district, so it's important to have representation from the SEA. Thank you for listening. Next one I have Lauren Senya, Seymour Public Schools teacher. Good evening, Board of Education members. It was extremely disappointing that the SEA was not invited to be on the committee central office forum to create the action plan for going back to in-person learning. This decision not only impacts students, but teachers as well. Teachers could have provided valuable input to this plan. Many protocols that have kept us safe from the virus are being modified. Teachers are expected to teach full classrooms, but with no PPE. The results of these decisions could be catastrophic for families of students and staff if COVID is contracted from school and enters our home. Teachers are being told to go back to school before receiving the vaccine. Many staff members and their families have underlying health conditions. As of this evening, Connecticut has hit its highest positivity rate since the springtime. There were over 7,000 positive cases today versus 3,000 on Friday. Hospitalizations have increased and are as high as they were at the end of April. This should serve as a reminder that the virus should be taken seriously. The health, safety, and well-being of students and staff should be of utmost importance. And last one, Megan Krasinski. Good evening, Board of Ed members. It was disappointing to find out that central office did not include any representation from Seymour Educational Association when creating the action plan for the return to in-person teaching and learning next week. Many teachers have reached out to their SEA representative with concerns and/or ideas that could benefit both students and teachers. Anytime a plan so greatly impacts the entire district, it is crucial that the SEA is granted the ability to collaborate with central office. Sincerely, Megan Krasinski, Seymour Public Schools teacher. And that is it, Mr. Chairman, for now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Champagne. Okay, item 3 on our regular meeting agenda is a report from our high school students, Zach and Karina. Hopefully I didn't butcher that name, Karina. Go ahead, Zach.
Hi. Happy New Year, everyone. I know the holidays brought a sense of normalcy that I'm sure that we all enjoyed. But despite the pandemic, Student Council has been moving ahead with agenda items for the new year, one of which is buying a new class rock. This goal has been shared by every single president, well, nearly every single president before me, and I'm glad to report that it's moving along smoothly. We're in communication with Haynes to pick out a beautiful rock for future graduating classes to cherish. This rock will be displayed in the front of the school where it could be seen contrast to the placement of the current one that we have. The Student Council is also exploring the idea of establishing a school-wide club officer and advisor meeting. The goals include membership, mainly getting underclassmen involved with the ongoings of the school, ways to achieve goals that officer teams have set, and to ultimately communicate with the school administration to seek approval for specific projects.
And NHS held its annual ceremony for inductees past and present online on December 20th. And they also teamed up with the American Legion to show their appreciation for active duty members fighting overseas. And each member wrote thoughtful holiday cards to service members, acknowledging the work that they do to keep us safe.
The newspaper club published an edition of the paw print. And if anyone hasn't seen that yet, I encourage you all to check it out. It was great. And lastly, I just want to echo the sentiment that I made last meeting, which is that staying home is weighing heavily on my peers, and that the educational, mental, social, and emotional aspects of adolescent life are more important and completely outweigh the impact of COVID on a student. That's all I have for today, if anyone has any questions.
Okay, any board members have questions? I have one, but I'll let other board members go first. Anyone like to go first? Okay, my question concerns the rock. And I know that Mr. Stanek at the last meeting cautioned us about being careful with the alumni rock and stuff there. I don't believe there's an alumni association, but I'm wondering if there's a way to let the alumni know what is being planned rather than just surprise them when one day they drive up to the high school and they say a new rock. Because then I'm sure that board members and the superintendent and Mr. Freund will be getting phone calls. So I always believe in forewarned is forearmed. So I don't know if Mr. Freund can answer that or Zach. I see Mr. Freund raising his hand. So Mr. Freund, the chair allows you to go.
Thank you, Mr. Stramello, and Happy New Year, everybody. Zach did a great job. The conversations I've had with Zach involved it's a senior rock. The alumni rock will continue to be the alumni rock. That is a rock that which we can't move. It's literally too large, but for years, every senior class has been asking for a rock to be put in a more prominent place that they could then decorate. I know, Mr. Stramello, you visit UConn's campus for basketball, and there's a rock or two around that campus. Our seniors would like to have a similar rock. The alumni rock will still continue to be in existence for the painting by alumni, but this would be unique to just the senior class.
Right. My question really wasn't that, Mr. Freund. My question was, has there been communication with the alumni indicating that there's a plan to do this senior rock? That was my basic premise for asking that question.
At this time, Mr. Braca and I could reach out. We could reach out to the alumni that we know. For example, I'm familiar with the alumni on the Athletic Hall of Fame committee, for example, and they would be one of the committees that would be particularly interested in that particular rock. I could probably coordinate a meeting with Mr. Braca, myself, and some members of that committee to review this information, if that would behoove you.
I would think that would be a good way to deal with it, Mr. Freund. And I do know that when last year's graduation, we had the alumni from different classes who provided the nice banners for the class of 2020. And I know that Mr. Roy was one of the active ones in that. He may be able to give you other names also. I just think that the communication line should be opened up just to say, here's what we're planning to do.
That's sound advice. I'll reach out to Mr. Roy tomorrow.
Okay. Any other board members have questions for our student reps or comments?
Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Chairman, Fred Stanek.
Yes, Mr. Stanek.
With regard, I think further publication of the idea of the proposal through the Valley Independent Sentinel Facebook, and perhaps a letter on the Board of Education website would be in order.
Good suggestions also, Mr. Stanley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Jim Garofalo.
Yes, Jim, Mr. Garofalo.
It might be a good idea to consider establishing a rock garden for each graduating class.
Okay.
They can have all their rocks together.
That's it. Okay, Mr. Garofalo. Would you like me to establish a committee and I could appoint you as the chairperson of that committee of the rock garden? Do I hear you volunteering, Mr. Garofalo?
No, thank you.
Okay.
I propose a suggestion, but
okay.
not volunteering to engage in that endeavor.
Okay, very good. I was just teasing, Mr. Garofalo.
I'm sure, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? Jay?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. I heard them say something about purchasing the rock. Is there any way to get a rock donated? I don't know how to go about it, but I know we got rid of a lot of rocks when we built the field. So maybe one of those people we sent them to could send one back, or, I just find it difficult that we have to spend money to buy a rock. I mean, Platt Tech is doing some construction. I could go out there and ask them if they want to give us a rock.
That's it. Mr. Freund, the chair recognizes you again.
Thank you, Mr. Stramello. The rock is, the rock we're looking at, it's my understanding is that it's quite large, and the money is more or less for the transportation of said rock. Over the years, we've worked with various companies to try to get an estimate of how much, it would cost, or even just to move the rock. And I know that Zach is a driven student council president who's really kind of making this happen. I think the transportation of the rock is not cheap. So I think that's where the cost is more for the transportation. And we would have to pay for that even if we were moving a large rock from the woods to a prominent location. It would still cost.
If I could just elaborate,
Yes, go ahead, Zach.
The estimated cost that Haynes that we're talking about for the crane is between $800 and $1,000, which really isn't too bad considering it would come out of the student council budget. So.
Okay, now did you try to reach out to the Public Works Department, Zach or Mr. Freund, to see if they would be kind enough or gracious enough to volunteer their truck and staff?
It's definitely something that we could explore. Right now, we're really working with Haynes because they're also committed to doing this with us. So
okay.
We're just exploring that for now.
Right. Well, I would just think that might be, another option. I mean, because the Public Work Board does have monthly meetings, and, it may be something that could be asked, to be put on their agenda, or to even reach out to the department head of the Public Works to see if that's feasible. It may not be, but it's just a thought. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. Student reps. Moving along to information part 1. I'm going to, depending on the number of questions and answers, because quite often I do it consistently in alphabetical order, but then I'm thinking that could be unfair to somebody who has a last name like Stramello or Stanek. So I think today, to make it fair, I will start at the beginning of the alphabet, but then as we go along, to Chatfield Lopresti School, second on the list, will start at the end of the alphabet, and then when we get to middle school, we'll go in the middle of the alphabet. That way there, we can get everybody a fair shot, because sometimes people at the beginning of the alphabet steal the question from a person who is at the end of the alphabet, who believes that question is the most important question in their mind at this particular time. So that's going to be my a plan for this question and answer session. So Mrs. Bruno, you are first, if you would like.
Sure. I would just like to hear a little more from Mrs. Feige about the parent workshop and the office hours and how those are going.
Okay, Mrs. Feige. You have to unmute yourself, Mrs. Feige.
Thank you, Mr. Stromello, for that there.
You're welcome.
Happy New Year to everyone, too. And so the office hours are working as far as we're in the process of the office hours, Mrs. Bruno, and the parent workshops. That's something that we're looking at developing through surveys and all in parent interest. We had asked, I know in the past, parents what type of workshops they like. Our school counselors are working with parents too to provide some social emotional type resources for them as well, and some office hours. Mrs. Reed and I are in the process of setting up office hours. We haven't done that as of yet.
Okay, Mrs. Bruno, do you need any clarification on that?
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Champagne, would you have a question?
I do not, sir.
Mr. Garofalo?
No, I do not.
Ms. Harmling?
I'm all set, Ed.
Okay. Mr. Hatfield?
No, just thank you for your hard work, Mrs. Feige. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Hatfield.
Mr. Kubik?
No, nothing for me, Ed.
Okay. Mrs. Nesteriak?
No, I have no questions at this time.
Okay. Mr. Stanek?
I have no questions.
And Mr. Stromello does not at this time. So now we'll move to Chatfield Presti and Mr.
Mr. Chairman,
Stromello.
I'm sorry. I have to jump in. Mrs. Feige, I have to also give Mrs. Reed a thanks. I apologize because I know it's an effort. That was my error there. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Hatfield.
Mrs. Feige was in my screen, Mrs. Reed, so I'm sorry. I hate that. That's the Zoom failure right there. So I have to give myself oops on that. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hatfield. Okay, for Chatfield Presti, Mr. Stromello will pass. Mr. Stanek?
Mr. Stanek passes.
Mrs. Nesteriak?
I'll pass at this time.
Mr. Kubik?
Mr. Kubik passes.
Mr. Hatfield?
No, thank you to both administrators for their hard work. And Mrs. Albertson for electing. I can't hear. Oh.
No,
Thank
we
you.
heard it through your phone, I think, Jay.
Thank you, Mr. Hatfield. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year. I wanted to make sure I got them both. That I see them both on my screen.
All right. Okay, Ms. Harmling?
No, I have nothing. Just echo Jay that thank you both for the work on the plan. No questions at this time.
Okay, Mr. Garofalo?
No, sir, no questions.
Mr. Champagne?
Nothing here, thanks.
Mrs. Bruno?
I have to be fair, so I have to ask you guys a question because I asked Bungie a question.
Well, that's your right.
Could either administrator give a little example of the intentional use of Math Talk?
So what we have found over the last couple of years, we've been trying to do more of this. And so making sure that our students are utilizing, talking about the math concepts, applying them in practice, and especially during this present time, because of being at our distance learning and remote learning, that is what our building data team recognized is one of the major difficulties with everything that comes with teaching in the present time, that purposeful math talk can't occur without proper planning. And that is something that our staff is making use of with the early dismissal afternoons on Wednesday, because fostering engaging activities that, when it used to be very simple to be able to say, okay, you two students and you two students form a quick cluster to have a conversation, that could not happen now because we aren't having students face to face. That's pretty exciting now with where we were, say, in September to where we are presently, as Google breakout rooms have occurred, and how students are very quickly paired or sometimes planned in advance by the classroom teachers to partner up and have conversations working through multi-step word problems at all grades. I've been in classrooms where kindergarten students are going into a breakout room, having a conversation all the way up through grade 5. So real opportunity that didn't present itself in September is now able to happen because of the breakout rooms. Ms. Albertson, anything else to add?
No, just wanted to add that in addition to the breakout rooms, our teachers have been very creative with utilizing other technology forms to have students record responses of themselves, and then they're able to view them at a separate time. So they're utilizing Flipgrid for that. So students are able to present a problem that they solve and share their thinking and record it, and then they're able to post it. And within the Flipgrid, all of the students in the class are able to view what everyone has posted. So it's kind of reminds me of when students were able to stand up in front of the class and share their work with everyone. So it's been very impressive how even our younger students have adapted to using that technology. So that's really exciting. But also just wanted to mention that we are in the middle of the math pilot currently. So the student discourse is something that is a high priority for us as we explore the programs through the pilot. And we have some staff members that are heading that work right now. And I know that that is definitely a lens that we are considering, because this is something that we've made a lot of gains with, but we're looking to improve it even further as we explore new curriculum. Thank you, Mr. Lechner.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Chatfield Presti at this time?
Ed, can I ask? This is Beth. I'm sorry.
Yes, you can.
So can I just ask a clarifying question? I noticed in Bungay's plan, there was some specifics by grade in terms of the MAP testing, and I don't see that in Chatfield. Is there not, just help me understand the consistency differences.
Sure. Actually anticipated that question, Mrs. Nesteriak, because for years, Chatfield Presti has done its school improvement goals in the manner which you see them. And we do that on purpose because we are looking at individual student progress. And so rather than having grade level, there's nothing wrong with doing it that way. But for us, we have annually with our data team, we throw around different approaches to possibly doing it, but we've been very successful in going at our improvement goals, targeting specific numbers of students making their annual targets. So rather than an average carrying and not revealing which the percentage, we prefer to have our target be an actual percentage for our goal. And we've actually over the years been very, very successful in being very close to 70% of our students hitting their mark. And so by doing it this way, that, and of course, I'm just gonna read one out loud because it may be difficult for people listening in not to have the visual. For the math target, our outcome is that we will have, as measured by the spring 2021 MAP assessment, the percentage of students in grades K to 5 or exceed their projected growth targets in math will increase from 43% to 60%. So that would mean maintaining all the students who already had last year made their targets, but then grow all the additional students, which is over 60 more students to actually be hitting their target. And so if you look at that by class, we're talking about 3 students or so or more per academic classroom. So that's the way we kind of choose to break it down. And so it helps in interweaving all of our work with the MAP tools, because by looking at having the individual students make their targets and having a real number, it actually, I always think of Mr. Kubik on this one, because Mr. Kubik, you used to always ask us, well, how many students are you talking about? And so I can't help but always bring that up to our data team, Mr. Kubik, that going back again, this is a number of years, but anyone that was, and actually Mrs. Tenza happened to be sitting at our data meeting this year when we were working on this. And I said, we can go a different route. The other schools are doing it this way. This has been very effective for CLS. And again, looking at a real number, Mr. Kubik will say, or has said, what's that for a real number of students hitting their targets, or what are we talking about? And rather than looking at an average where everybody contributes to it. So again, not knocking that approach, of course, but here it just keeps it really real for the dialogue at CLS, because then when we break down looking at the MAP data by the students below average, low average, average, high, we can look at the actual number of students that are in those lowest breakdown for their performance and say we need to move those students in the low average and get them to average. If we're doing that, then we are having students that have the bigger achievement gap making their progress. And then those that are at average and above tend to already be making a year's progress. So to get to the 60% or the 65% for math, 60% for math, or the 65% for reading, it's tapping into the low and low average and moving them forward. So sorry for the long answer, Mrs. Asteriak, but that's why. I was ready for it.
Okay, well, good. That's good. And when do we do the MAP test again? What's the plan?
So we ordinarily, Mrs. Tenza, do you want me to continue to answer that? Or, I mean, that's more her domain actually, but we typically do it three times a year, shortly after the students start the school year in the fall, and then in the winter, and then in the spring. This year, and last year we did the winter assessment in the weeks leading into the holiday break. This year, we do not look like we're going to be having the winter assessment because there has to be specific weeks of instruction between the three administrations, so that because in being normed and going with other schools across the country, there has to be the same windows of opportunity to make the gains that are expected to be matched up across the country. And so unfortunately, due to present circumstances, the opportunity really for the winter MAP assessment has pretty much passed. So we're gonna only in the district have the spring as we'll basically have a starting point and an end point, the fall to the spring, but no mid-year check-in, which is unfortunate. And that is why all the schools were looking at different ways of monitoring progress towards their school improvement goals, because especially for the elementary and middle school, we rely on the mid-year MAP data pretty heavily amongst other factors as well, because that helps us know if we're on track with our population, because some kids are already hitting their end of the year targets or they're making halfway through, and you can do a fall to winter projection using the MAP data as well. So there's lots of different nuances and tools within MAP. So, but the present circumstances are what they are.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions for Chatfield Opresti? Okay, we will move to the middle school, and Mr. Hatfield, you're up first, if you would like.
I have no questions, but I just want to thank both administrators for their hard work.
Okay,
Mr. Hatfield.
Mr. Kubik, you're next, if you would.
No questions from me, Ed.
Okay, Ms. Harmling?
I'm all set, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Nesteriak for the middle school.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Garofalo?
No,
for
no
the middle
questions.
school. Okay, Mr. Stanek for the middle school?
Ed Stanek, I pass.
Mr. Champagne Middle School?
Nothing here, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Strumello shall pass. Mrs. Bruno?
I'm passing, not because I think that the middle school is not as important, but because my question was about the social emotional intervention, and I asked it at the last meeting.
Okay.
I was waiting for
right.
your question, Mrs. Bruno.
Right. Okay. Now we will move along to the high school, and we will go back to Mrs. Bruno for the high school.
Same thing. I had a social emotional intervention question that I asked at the last meeting.
Okay.
So I will pass.
Mr. Champagne?
Nothing here.
Mr. Garofalo?
Mike, I had questions earlier this year. I had a conversation with Superintendent and Mrs. Tenza regarding assessments. So I'm withholding any questions I have at this point until I have an opportunity to have the materials I requested presented to me. And I'll probably have something later on. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Harmling?
Nothing for me. Thank you for the time for all of you to put together the plans.
Mr. Hatfield?
None at this time, just thank you to all three administrators for their hard work.
Mr. Kubik?
Nothing from me, Ed.
Okay. Mrs. Nesteriak?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Mr. Stanek?
Ed Stanek, I pass.
And Mr. Strumello passes. I would like to also echo what Mr. Hatfield has said and thank all the administrators for the efforts in presenting their reports and to being available at a short notice to do some answers, question and answers. So thank you. That brings us now to the consent agenda. And the consent agenda has approval of minutes from the regular board meeting, the special board meeting, and the financial management summary. What is the board's pleasure?
I will make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Okay, as presented. Okay, is there a second?
This is Kristen Harmeling. I second.
Okay. All right. Mrs. Bruno, you've heard the motion and the second, correct?
Yes, this is Kristen Bruno. I vote yes.
Mr. Champagne,
Mr. Champagne, I vote yes.
Mr. Garofalo,
Jim Garofalo votes yes.
Ms. Harmling,
Kristen Harmeling votes yes.
Mr. Hatfield,
Jay Hatfield votes yes.
Mr. Kubik,
Peter Kubik votes yes.
Mrs. Nesteriak,
Beth Nesteriak, yes.
Mr. Stanek,
Ed Stanek, yes.
And Mr. Stramello votes yes. Motion carries 9-0. No abstentions, obviously. Okay. Next is recommended actions. As you can see, there's a motion there to accept the recommendation of the superintendent with one of the options, 1, 2, or 3. What is the board's pleasure? Who makes the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could we have the options presented to us before we make a motion including one of them? I'm not sure how they've changed from the last meeting or what the rationale is for the 3 different ones.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, can you respond to that, please?
Yes, I can. Good evening. I was unfortunately out of and not in attendance at the December meeting, but I was informed and instructed to come up with a third option. So just to highlight the options for the board, option 1 has a start date for staff of August 26th and a start date for students of August 30th. The holiday break in December is 2 full weeks, and the end date for school is tentatively scheduled for June 15th. Reminder, it's 182 school days for students and 185 for staff. So that is option 1. Option 2 has a start date for staff of August 30th and a start date for students of September 1st. The holiday break in December is approximately 1.5 weeks, and the end date is still tentatively scheduled for June 15th. The third option, which is the new one that was proposed, is a start date for staff on August 30th, students of September 1st. The holiday break is only 1 week and 2 days in December, and the end date would tentatively be scheduled for June 13th. So those are the 3 options with kind of the highlights, if you will. Those are really the big changes, the length of that December break, and then obviously the start dates and the tentative ending dates. So those are options 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, any other clarification needed for board members? So then the chair will ask again, what is the board's pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Bruno had a question.
I just had a question that it looks, could you compare the early dismissal days or the remote days in the 3 different options for us as well?
The remote days, I don't understand. We don't have remote days built in for next year's calendar as of yet. The plan is for a full calendar to come back in full. That's the calendars that are presented. If it had to be remote learning, obviously those days would still count as such.
The calendar references remote learning. That's, I think, where the question comes from. This is Beth.
The calendar for next year, I'd have to, let me pull it up.
Option 3, there's several half days, January 14th, May 27th. Both reference remote learning days. Option 1 has it as well. And looks like option 2 does as well. Kristen, if that's what you were asking.
Mm-hmm.
And that may have been a carryover from the previous calendar where we set up the dates for the next year. I believe when Leanne and I worked on the calendar, that just could have been a carryover, but the intent is to come to school. I apologize for not catching that.
Through the chair.
Yes.
In all honesty, though, is that a terrible idea? In the sense, maybe we should be, a little bit forward thinking and say, hey, I do see them in option 1, option 2, option 3, but maybe it's something that we could utilize. All of our kids are Chromebook enabled through the chair to the superintendent, I believe. But maybe that's something that, again, we talk about revitalizing education a little bit. Maybe it's something new that we could implement. And so, again, maybe that is a point for a larger discussion, but I don't think it's a terrible idea.
No, I would agree with you, Mr. Hatfield. I think that is definitely, obviously before a break, if we wanted to utilize that modality, I think that that is a discussion worthy of taking. But as you said, on the three options, the intent is to be back in full. However, we do have the ability, we've proven it, our teachers have proven it time and again that they could teach on any platform. So I agree with you, Mr. Hatfield. I think it's a wonderful idea. It was not slipped in there as such. I'm not going to take credit for something that was in there. I think, just as a copying issue from a calendar. But and to answer your question, Mr. Hatfield, I do believe there is merit to that as well. But the days and the breaks are broken down that. But I think if we wanted to have another conversation about the possibility of doing that before a break, if you will, on those maybe half days before a quote unquote break, we could definitely discuss that at a different time and obviously make amendments to the calendar, turning it from an in-person day to a remote day. But the calendars as presented are in front of you are for the intent to be in person. But thank you, Mr. Hatfield, for that idea. I think that is a good idea.
So through the chair, if I may, I would like to table the conversation to the February meeting. I hate to do it, but I want to explore this opportunity a little bit more if it's possible with the support of the superintendent and the associate superintendent. I make a motion to table to the February, I don't have the date in front of me, meeting.
I'll second that, Chris Champagne.
Okay, so we are, the motion that's on the table is to table the discussion on the options for the calendar until the February meeting. Is there any further discussion needed on that motion to table?
Just to include, through the chair, just to include the option or the idea of possible remote learning days as included in the current models as described.
Okay. You all set with that, Mr. Champagne?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Wilson?
If I may, so what I will do then, Mr. Hatfield, just so I'm clear, and I think I am, I will look at the three, in essence, the way they are with the possibility of remote and include them and then reissue the three as choice options. Is that what you're looking for, Mr. Hatfield, just so we're clear?
And I'm not sure if the associate was talking to us or somebody else, but with that idea that we would possibly incorporate them and again, maybe give a little bit more details of how it would work possibly.
No problem. We could do that. And it may not change the start and end dates, just so everyone is clear. We'll just change some of those other days around.
Okay, Ms. Harmling, I see your hand up, but I wasn't sure. Mrs. Bruno, did you have your hand up also?
I've already asked a question, so Mrs. Harmeling can go next.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Harmling.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, we did not make a motion to accept one of these calendars because we wanted the conversation first, but then we went right to tabling. So I just want to share under discussion, I'm not in favor of tabling. I'm not in favor of having a discussion about remote learning. If I go the next 10 years of my life and never hear the phrase again, I will be a happy person. I think that it's always available in our back pocket. And if the desire or need should arise at some point next year, we don't have to do anything for our calendar. We don't have to make a calendar change for a day to become a remote learning day if it's necessary to do so. So I'd like to move forward and vote on a calendar.
Okay, but unfortunately, we have a motion to table, so we have to vote
I
on that.
understand that. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just letting everyone know I'm voting no to table so that we can get back and make a motion per the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Hatfield and a second by Mr.
Through the chair, Mrs. Bruno.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I just had a question about whether we needed some more guidance from, first of all, is there a statutory or any other requirement that we have a calendar in place by a certain date, knowing that we can go back and revise it? And then is there any guidance from the state about remote learning moving forward into the 21-22 school year?
So
Mr.
thank you for the question. I believe per your board policy, and I'd have to pull the policy again. I believe it does say January. However, since the motion is obviously to table to February in light of the possibility of remote learning, I guess if the board is in favor and February 1st is pretty close to January, I think you would somewhat be okay there. That's just my personal opinion. In terms of guidance from the state, Mrs. Bruno, we have not been given any in terms of remote learning yet. I do think that, the fact that we have been utilizing that platform, I think it's going to be hard for the state to pull away. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk moving forward on other areas that it could be used, i.e. snow days, i.e. To Mr. Hatfield's point, a day where it might be a half day or something of that nature rather than come in and leave early, just doing it from the convenience of being home. But we have not been given any formal guidance as of yet from the state.
Okay, Mr.
Chairman, point of
Bruno?
order.
Yes?
I believe a motion to table doesn't warrant discussion.
Okay. Is that, I'm not disputing you. Okay, so then we will vote on the motion to table then. Mrs. Bruno?
This is Kristen Bruno. I vote no.
Mr. Champagne?
Chris Champagne, yes.
Mr. Garofalo?
Jim Garofalo, no.
Ms. Harmling?
Mrs. Harmeling, no.
Mr. Hatfield?
Mr. J. Hatfield, yes.
Mr. Kubik?
Peter Kubik, no.
Mrs. Nesteriak?
Beth Mysteriak, no.
Mr. Stanek?
Stanek, yes.
And Mr. Stramello votes yes. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 no's. So the motion to table fails. Five to 4. Okay, now what is the board's pleasure?
Mr.
Want to
Chairman.
make a
I'd like to
motion
move-
for one of the options?
Mr. Chairman, Jim Garofalo.
Yes, Mr. Garofalo.
I'd like to, I move to accept option 1.
Okay. For the 2021-2022 school year. Is there a
Yes.
second to option 1? I'll ask one more time.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman, I'm gonna second the option 1 for purpose.
You have to repeat, Jay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna second option 1 for discussion. My phone, I don't seem to be connected.
Well, now I hear you. Okay, so you're seconding it for discussion, correct? Okay, we have a motion for option 1. Is there any discussion on option 1? Yes, Mrs. Bruno.
I think we discussed this a little at the last meeting. My concern with option 1 is there's no need to begin the break on December 20th. I think that you can get some learning days in. So I favor option 2.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Harmling.
I agree with Mrs. Bruno on option 1. My preference is either option 2 or option 3. And while I do not want to go back to the drawing board, I still don't really understand why we can't build in a few snow days. I've said that multiple times over the years. It is what it is. So I'm happy to go with the consensus on option 2 or 3, but not option 1. Too long of a break.
Okay. Anyone else wanting to make a comment on the motion for option 1?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I was knocked out. Can you repeat that?
I said, do we need any further discussion on option one before I call for a vote?
So with the clarification, was that a statement that, so option one as presented, including remote learning days, even though I understand what the superintendent says, it is presented, we are voting on the motion, the document as presented. So we are including the remote learning days because that's what it says there.
Yes.
Right. So I just want to make it clear that if we are voting on option one as presented, it includes remote learning days as presented. Even though it was a typo, that's the document we're voting on. Through the superintendent, through the chair to the superintendent. Yes. Is that correct?
Okay, Mr. Wilson, can you respond to that question?
Certainly, I think, Mr. Hatfield, and I'm not certain of the intent of how the person who made the motion wishes it to be with that included. I think, and I don't want to assume, obviously we could ask, as I stated, those were inadvertently kept in there from a copy of the original document. So those would not be there. We could always, once the calendar is set, we can go back in and have that discussion and possibly edit that and/or keep it as is, so it's already in there. And we're talking about two dates would be on the 14th and on the 18th, Mr. Hatfield.
Through the chair, I understand, but as presented to vote, that is the document. So the motion that is being made is as stated, remote learning days on those two dates.
I'd like to call for a vote, please.
I need clarification first, please.
Who made the motion? This is Mr. Harmeling.
Mr. Garofalo made the motion. Okay. I will call the vote.
Through the chair, what is the clarification?
It has the remote days.
Okay, I didn't hear from Mr. Garofalo, so I didn't know.
Mr. Garofalo, is that your intent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Mrs. Bruno for option one.
Kristen Bruno, I vote no.
Mr. Champagne.
Chris Champagne, I vote no.
Mr. Garofalo.
Yes.
Ms. Harmling.
Kristen Harmeling, no.
Mr. Hatfield.
Jay Hatfield, yes.
Mr. Kubik.
Peter Cubic, no.
Mrs. Asteriak.
Beth Nastiriak, no.
Mr. Stanek.
Fred Stanek, no.
And Mr. Stromo votes no. So the motion does not pass. Okay, what is the board's pleasure? Option 2 or 3?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll make a motion to accept option one minus the remote learning days.
Okay, Mr. Champagne that was. Okay, is there a second to Mr. Champagne's option 2 with no remote days? Correct, Mr. Champagne?
Option one, sir.
Option one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Champagne. Option 1, no remote days. Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I will second that motion, Mr. Chairman. Jim Garofalo.
Mr. Garofalo seconds that motion. Okay. Is there further discussion needed on the new motion now to go at option 1 with no remote days? Yes, Ms. Harmling.
So I have to be honest, I'm not sure why we're voting on option 1. We rejected it in our December meeting, and my understanding was we were not saying bring us a third option. We basically said we don't want these two options. So I'm not sure why we're voting on it. And like Mrs. Bruno said, and like we said last meeting, a 2-week Christmas break for working families is not tenable. There's just no reason for it, and we've never, ever done it before. There is no parent that can take 2 full weeks off of work.
Okay, I hear your angst and, well, we have a motion on the floor, so I will call for the vote. Mrs. Bruno,
Kristen Bruno, no.
Mr. Champagne,
Chris Champagne, yes.
Mr. Garofalo,
Jim Garofalo, no.
Ms. Harmling,
Ms. Harmeling votes no.
Mr. Hatfield,
Mr. Hatfield votes no.
Mr. Kubik,
Peter Kubik votes no.
Mrs. Nesteriak,
Beth Mysteriak, no.
Mr. Stanek,
Fred Stanek, I vote no.
and Mr. Stramella votes no. So the motion fails 8-1. The board chair will ask again for a new motion. Yes, Mrs. Bruno.
I move to approve option 2 with the correction to include the removal of the remote learning days.
This is Beth Mysteriak. I'll second that.
Okay, so let me make sure I get this. That was Mrs. Bruno with the motion, Mrs. Nesteriak with the second, and that was to go with option 2 and removing the indication of remote days. Correct, ladies?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, is there any discussion needed?
Through the chair, what is the rationale then in that calendar of Wednesday and Thursday being off for school for December? You know, our colleagues have talked about a full week, but now you have 2 more days added on there in December to be off, the 22nd and 23rd.
Would somebody like to address that?
This is Beth Mysteriak. I think it's a balance between one and two. I
Excuse
think.
me, Beth?
I'm sorry, through the chair, my question was directed towards the administration because they put up the calendar. I'm sorry, with all due respect, Mrs. Stiriak, not your second. I just wanted to know the rest.
No worries, Jay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so Jay, your question was for the superintendent?
Or whoever put the calendar together, I guess, through the
Well,
chair.
it's the superintendent.
So the presentation, Mr. Hatfield, is, you know, it was just an option to obviously give our students and teachers a break, obviously coming into school on those first couple of days to get some learning in for that week, and then to obviously go on a break and recharge the batteries and come back. So the difference is, rather than a lengthier break, as was in option 1, this is just an abbreviation and a middle ground, if you will, rather than going out through the end of the week as in option 3. That's the only difference. It's all on the length of break time that, you know, we're willing to give our students and staff.
Okay, any other questions? Okay,
And one more secondary question through the chair. Those other 2 days then that we said would not be remote learning days, would they then become full days or would they remain as half days? So I know we talked about inconvenience to families. Would it be more of an inconvenience to have a half day on those days than a remote learning day when they had to possibly find, you know, half day sitters versus a whole day sitter? To the chair.
okay. You want to answer that first, and I'll get to you, Mrs. Harmling. You want to answer that, Mr. Wilson?
Sure. The 20th and 21st, Mr. Hatfield, would be full days of learning that week, and the break would start on the 22nd, according to option 2.
But through the chair, again, the statements that we had were voting that they were not remote learning days, but it says half day on there. So then the motion needs to be revised.
Oh. There.
Wait a minute. Jay,
Right,
are
'cause
you
on the
all set on that? Jay,
Well, no,
you-
just for clarification, because it says through the chair, it says half day students remote learning. It still says half day, that part removed as far as I heard through the motion.
all right, Mr. Wilson, could you respond first, then Ms. Harmling?
Sure. I'm looking at option 2, Mr. Hatfield, And it just says holiday recess begins on the 22nd. I don't see anywhere where it says 20th and 21st for half days.
I'm sorry, through the chair. No, I'm talking about the January 14th and February 18th.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. I think that was I don't know if that was removed or not. I thought you were talking about the holiday break. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay, Ms. Harmling?
So just for clarification, all of the half days, even if they said half day remote learning, we've already established that was just a mistake. The half days are just like we've always had them. They're professional learning days. Is that correct, Mr. Wilson?
That is correct. On the half days, we have professional learning, yes.
So there would be no reason, we wouldn't be able to just change them and make them full days. There are PD days for our professionals, just like we've had in all the years past.
Okay.
But through the chair, we also set those days of PD days based on our calendar. So through the chair to the superintendent, if he wanted to make those a full day of learning, he could do so by removing the half day structure. If, by removing the remote learning, he may also want to remove the half day option. So that's what I was asking through the chair to the superintendent. Do you still want to keep those as for PD half days, or?
I would think the need for professional development is great, Mr. Hatfield. I would not want to alter that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Mrs. Bruno.
It looks to me, and you can see me squinting, trying to look at the small print, but it looks like under option 2, there's 13 half days, where under option 3, there's 17. And I think that's a big difference. I think absolutely teachers need time for professional development, but I think as we head into next year, we also have to prioritize having kids in school in person. So I think that's another reason why I lean toward option 2.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Bruno. Any other questions, comments? Okay, then I will call the vote. Mrs. Bruno.
Kristen Bruno, I vote yes.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne, yes.
Mr. Garofalo.
Jim Garofalo votes yes.
Ms. Harmling.
Kristen Harmling is abstaining. I don't wish to vote on this.
Okay. Mr. Hatfield.
Jay Hatfield vote no.
Excuse me, Jay, you broke up.
No, I vote no, sorry.
Mr. Kubik.
Peter Kubik votes yes.
Mrs. Nesteriak.
Beth Mysteriak, yes.
Mr. Stanek.
Ed Stanek, yes.
And Mr. Stromello, yes. So the motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. Okay, moving on to the reports, part 2. Finance Committee meeting. Chairperson, Ms. Harmling, would you like to mention anything from that?
I'm happy to entertain any questions, as I'm sure Ms. Holmes would make her contribution if needed. So if there are any questions, please ask them. But generally speaking, the numbers are pretty clear to follow, and we spent most of the meeting just talking about the impact of the grants, both the one that expired at the end of December and the one that was passed over the holiday break by Congress, that we truly don't have any other information on except for the total sum dollars that's going to the state of Connecticut. We don't have any insight into what Seymour's share of that might be, nor the process of how to draw down those funds. More will be coming at the end of this week. So it's a brief synopsis, but again, if anyone has questions, happy to entertain them.
Okay, any questions? Okay, then we'll move along to the chairman's comments. Just that I'm going to be contacting both Mr. Champagne and Mrs. Nesteriak to set up that ad hoc committee meeting within this week. And oh boy, lost it. And it looks like we're gonna have an issue with having a quorum for the Thursday meeting. I'm in the process of reaching out to Attorney Dorsey and to the union to see if we can change that grievance hearing, because the time and the date are not compatible with people's schedules. So I'm hoping to hear tomorrow on that. That's all from the chairman. Any board member comments?
Ed, this is Beth.
Yes.
And keep me honest here, given the amount of comments we've heard from the public regarding our current reopening plan, I'd like to suggest that we add to the agenda, and I don't know if this is the time to do it, just a discussion regarding that so the board can have time to discuss those comments that we heard tonight.
Yeah, you can add it at any time. So are you making a motion to add to the agenda? Could you be more specific?
Sure. How about discussion and possible action? That's where I don't know if we can take action tonight around the current plan to move to hybrid on January 18th, 19th. I don't know if we're calling it, last time we called it a data-driven plan, but basically a motion to discuss and take possible action on the reopening plan, current reopening plan.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yes.
I will second the motion. I agree with Mrs. Mysteriak, given the public comment and the sentiment that I'm hearing from many people in the community. I think we need to reconsider what we previously decided, and so I second the motion.
Okay, so the motion is on the floor to add to the agenda discussion of possible action on the reopening plan. Does everybody understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Bruno, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Okay. Mr. Champagne?
I vote yes.
Okay. Mr. Garofalo?
Jim Garofalo, yes.
Okay. Ms. Harmling?
Yes.
Mr. Hatfield?
Mr. Hatfield, yes.
Okay. Mr. Kubik?
Peter Kubik, yes.
Ms. Nesteriak?
Beth Mysteriak, yes.
Okay. Mr. Stanek?
Fred Stanek votes yes.
Okay, and Mr. Stromello also votes yes. Okay. All right, who's going to begin the discussion? Beth?
Sure. I guess, I guess I'd like to hear kind of a little bit from the administration around their thoughts on the comments and the involvement of the teachers and just some general feedback around what they heard from the public comments this evening.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, if you would begin.
Certainly. First, I'd like to thank Associate Superintendent Tenza and the team for coming together and obviously putting forth a plan that was requested at the board meeting and presenting it to the board, knowing that we were going to have target dates in mind and they were not going to be steadfast rock dates, if you will. It was all going to be contingent and still going to be contingent upon where we are from a health and safety perspective. We've said from day one that the health and safety of our students and staff is paramount, and that still remains, that we are not wavering on that. In terms of response to the comments, I believe Associate Superintendent Tenza also referenced that in her presentation to the board that evening, where she said that there are some people who want to come back and there are others who are opposed. And we've said that from the get-go. There's a strong population on either side, and there's no right or wrong. It's how people feel. This is a medical pandemic. To that end, and to that point, those dates are fluid. If we were to move everything back, and I'm just putting it out there since the question was posed to me, for example, if we moved everything back 2 weeks and kept the phases and the phased reopening and the reentry in play, that would be, thereabouts a start date of February 1st for a hybrid return. 2 weeks after would be a pre-K5, and 2 weeks after that would be a potential full. Obviously, what that allows for is the possibility of phase 1B coming into play. You heard that referenced in some of the comments. Phase 1B is the phase where teachers are to be vaccinated. So I think that also will alleviate some of the concerns and the fears, and I am all for that as well. So I think the 2-week plan and the target date set forth by the associate superintendent and the team of administrators was wonderfully done. And I do support that. I think that if we wanted to delay in terms of a 2-week delay and reassess, come back, for example, just using the dates that are on the targets as a February 1st hybrid, a February 17th possible potential pre-K 5, and then a March 1 for a potential for all is ideally what we would be looking at if we were so inclined to do that, and if the board felt strongly and passionately about that. We can also continue to monitor and see where we are and just continue on in a hybrid model and then delay everything else in the phases. So there are a couple of different avenues we can go down. I can tell you that our head nurse has been working very, very closely with our director of Naugatuck Valley Health District, as have I, to monitor it. While the numbers we are still in the red, we, obviously went down from a 52 to a 49, which is not tremendous by any means. Our hope is for it to continue to go down, but we also understand that people are anxious. There is a lot of anxiety around this. This is a medical pandemic. People are seeing loved ones passing from this terrible virus, and people are fearful. I think that, and I by no means want to speak for the teachers, but I think, having a learning platform that is consistent, we heard that a couple of times in terms of full remote, that allows for everyone to be on the same page and the same playing field, so to speak, where it's consistent. You're not coming in, going out, where am I going to be if the numbers spike? So I think it does mitigate that. However, there's the other side, which says if we can try to get students back in terms of a hybrid approach, would we be better served to do that? And you've heard other people, state that as well. So we know there's two sides to the argument. We know that there's two sides to the issue. So the real question here is, if we either delay even the start of a hybrid return while continuing to have conversations with Naugatuck Valley Health District, as well as to closely monitor the numbers for a potential fuller return, and or B, come back in hybrid and stay that way until the numbers deem more appropriate for even our elementary and then our possible full. So I don't want to be ambiguous in my response. I just want to lay out both of the options how I see them presented, Mr. Stramello and fellow board members, so that you understand the rationale, I think, behind the thinking. In honesty, as I said, the 2-week rollout just was that in terms of a phased reentry and a phased targeted reentry, as was the charge given by the board to the administration. So I think that if that were to be put on a 2-week delay, as I said, there's nothing wrong with that. But as I said, there are others who are also anxiously awaiting, trying to get back into school, even if it were for a hybrid approach. So I hope I articulated both sides to the question, Mr. Stramello and Ms. Nesteriak. I think you asked the question to begin with. So if I didn't, by all means, Mrs. Tenza or any one of my team can feel free to support with a response. But I think that's kind of where we are as of today, January 11th.
Is there I'm sorry, Mr. Stramello, but just a clarifying question. Is there a recommendation from the administration?
Well, I believe that, we were going to look at the data, obviously a little more closely. We looked at it again today for the potential for a hybrid return. As of today, we were able to come back in just a hybrid return. So we were not prepared to say we were going to push everything on delay for 2 weeks. But to answer your question, Ms. Nesteriak, I was asked just now by Mr. Stramello to respond to the public comment of the concern that we heard from not only teachers, but several parents as well about that. So if it is the board's pleasure to push everything back 2 weeks and to reassess come February 1st as a hybrid start date, as a superintendent of schools, I would support that along with the board. But I think that, we were not ready this evening to say we were going to do that, just based on our own metrics data of how we're reviewing the data in time, in real time now. Now we've had a lot of cases and the letters have went out all week. but we would still be able to open in a
I
hybrid.
apologize, Michael, but can I just, Mr. Chairman, can I just
Go ahead.
repeat my question? So if what I understood what you were to say was that given the current metrics today, the administration is not changing their recommendation to start a hybrid on the 19th.
As of where we were this afternoon, looking at our metrics after I had my meeting with our head nurse, we would be able to open in a hybrid as of today, January 11th. Obviously, that could change tomorrow, that could change Wednesday, but that was just on our information today. And we've seen that even today, the letter that was sent out, we had a number of cases today.
Okay, did that answer your question, Beth?
I think so. I think and just so I'm going to restate it, Michael, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but based on the data up to today, the administration is still recommending our existing plan be acted on with a hybrid starting on the 19th.
That would be that as of today's data. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Harmling?
So a couple of things. First, I absolutely respect the views of the public and the teachers that wrote in with their concerns. I get that. I do think that there was a mix of we shouldn't be going back to school and an objection to the process by which the reopening extension plan was put together. So we shouldn't assume that every one of those comments was a plea to not go back to school, because some of those comments were about the process. For myself, part of the reason that I was so passionate about making a motion for an action plan or an extended reopening plan or just more specifics was to move us away from a conversation about what the data say on any given day. Because that's where we get into this difficulty with the public, where they say, well, the data today is worse than the data was in November when we went full remote. Because the recommendations coming from the CDC and the state are changing based on the same data. So I don't think it's appropriate for us to say based on data, because the reality is everybody's basing their decisions on data. They're just coming to different decisions. So that means the decision isn't based on data. The decision is based on recommendation and what people feel is best for our district. So if there was consensus among administration and among the board that we should go back and have this phased-in approach, I don't think we should be talking about 2-week delays and 1-week delays or 3-week delays, because the reality is the numbers that they are right now are probably going to stay this way for way longer than we want it to. What would move me as a parent and as a board member to say, yeah, I don't want to be back in school, is if the governor and the state officials and the federal officials said, the numbers are too high, this new strain is too dangerous, whatever the case might be. But to just say, well, we could always push it back 2 weeks. And I understand no one is saying that right now, but I feel like we're now going backwards in terms of what the data say means we can go. Because again, as was pointed out in one of the letters, the data today are worse than the data were when we went out on full remote. So we now know more about this disease, which is why schools are able to still be in session, even though the quote unquote numbers are in the quote unquote red zone. I'm using a lot of quote unquotes, which I know is highly annoying, but we all know why that is, because the government, the state is backing off of those delineations between red, yellow, and green. So it has to be what's based on what's best for our kids. And every one of us has a consensus from our own group. I will tell you that in the group I'm in on Facebook, the clear consensus was a please send them back to school. They have to go back to school. So we all are, our social circles and our peers, we all tend to be with people that are like us. So it's no surprise that every one of us hears something different and that feels like it's consensus, but it's not consensus. So we have to go what we believe is right for students. And we also can't keep ourselves in a little box in Seymour. We've got to look outside. And if it's safe enough for Derby to be back in school and safe enough for Oxford and safe enough for Southbury, because maybe our teachers can teach well on the platform, but our children are not learning well on the platform. There are way too many students who are failing classes and not learning what they need to learn. So that is all I will say. and I appreciate the forum. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yes, Mr. Stanek.
Fred Stanek. I feel very strongly that we should delay the full reopening of the schools based upon the infectious nature of this disease that's infiltrating our community and our country and the world. It's very clear that the teachers are very concerned about returning to school and what that means to their health and also to students. The fact is, we are entering the 1B vaccination program. Let's delay reopening, give time for our teachers who want to be vaccinated so that they are safe and healthy and able to teach our children. We need to make sure that we are protecting the health and safety of the children and the teachers and the staff at large. Let's just wait. Let's calm down and take a breath, wait at least 2 weeks. I would even propose that we wait through the President's weekend vacation, but at least the 2 weeks. This situation is getting worse, not better, worse. Thank you.
Okay.
If I may?
Okay. Was that Chris?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. And Chris and Harmling, I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
So there was a lot of the public comment, and a lot of it stemmed around the fact that the SEA wasn't included in the discussions. Is there a reason why we sort of did this plan in a silo? Because I really believe that if we took time to actually sit in a classroom and see what these teachers and students could possibly go through in a closed door scenario, silent lunches, snacks, alternating all of the different types of meal plans and shuffling the kids around, I really think we would have a completely different outlook into what reopening would look like. And we're not Oxford, we're not Derby, we're Seymour, each town is a little bit different. And I think that we really need to sit back, and I agree with Mr. Stanek, and I'm all for waiting and hoping that the vaccines make their way into our schools. And then I know, for one, I would feel much safer allowing kids and the teachers back in.
Okay. Kristen, could I ask, please, if anybody else would like to comment first? If not, then I will let you go. Yes, Mrs. Bruno.
And I think Vonda had a hand up.
Okay, but I'm going to go to you first.
Well, Mr. Smith, I don't think the question was answered in regards to why we didn't include teachers in the reopening plan.
Okay, was that Vonda's intent? Yes,
was.
go ahead, Vonda.
Sure, this is Vonda Tenza. The charge and the timeline from the board was a 9-day window. And when I met with the administrative team, which included, security, facilities, technology, food services, it was not an intent to leave out the teacher voice. In fact, our team felt like the teacher voice was at the root of all of the decisions made all summer long. We worked all summer long on a reopening plan that included many voices. These phases, in our opinion, were simply the data-driven points of trying to identify which groups would come next. So it's not like the decision was intentionally or willfully to leave anybody out, but it felt fairly natural. And I'm, reflecting on what Mr. Champagne is saying, and I'm understanding what he's saying about some of the things that may feel like they were decisions that were made. But the group that was at the table all are very aware of what lunch and snack and recess and everything looks like. And in fact, we capitalized on best practices that we had seen in our district and in other districts who are successfully staying open and trying to utilize some of their strategies. So, in retrospect, in a 9-day window, would you have liked everybody to be involved? Maybe. That was a time period constraint, and the administrative team, the leadership team, felt very comfortable that the ideas that they were sharing did carry what they have seen with their teachers at the forefront. And in fact, our teachers, we are very concerned about the numbers as they increase. And when that phased-in plan was shared, I remember saying to you, for every group that you're going to have, you're going to trade that for a group of very concerned teachers now. I remember saying that because we share their concerns. And I remember saying these numbers are going to be very large in January, and they are. And we took some heat initially for making the decision to not reopen until right after Martin Luther King holiday. But we were confident in what we know about people needing to be near each other and the decisions that they would make and how that might influence our numbers. So I hope that answers the question.
I mean, if I could just follow up with that.
Okay, wait a minute. And did Kristen, did you have a question, or are you just alerting me to Mrs. Tenza?
I do have some things that I want to say, but I think we can continue this conversation first.
Okay, so you're going to allow Chris to go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
So, I feel that over the past week or so, maybe in 2 weeks, I've received calls, messages that have thrown the reasoning we're going back to school on the board. It was a board decision. I don't know if my fellow board members feel the same way, but we tasked the administration with putting together a plan and that was data driven, and we kept out the most important group of people. And I'm not taking anything away from the principals, assistant principals, the people who do security for our buildings and whatnot. But to not pick up the phone and ask one or two teachers that represent the union, is a complete slap in the face to the teachers that work in our district. And the transparency that this district has been lacking over the past few years, it's just compounding this, on top of this pandemic.
Okay, Mrs. Bruno, and then you, Mrs. Harmling. Mrs. Bruno?
I listened to what we heard in the public comment, and it did make me pause about moving forward. I'm frustrated that we can't get a process in place to make these decisions. We had a reopening committee with parent input, with teacher input that was really dominated by the health professionals. And so that process was frustrating. Now we asked the admin, and that process is frustrating. And I know we can't please everybody. What I keep going back to is what our student rep had to say about how being home is hard on our teenagers and our high school students. I know that what we've heard in prior meetings from our parents of kids with special needs that are really struggling. And these are groups that never had the choice to come in. We've always offered the option for folks that feel safer learning at home, and that will continue to be available. But for the folks who are not accessing, our students, our families that are really struggling with the distance learning, we have not provided them an option since early November. I heard what Mr. Alekna had to say about we can't do the MAP testing because we haven't had enough instruction to compare to other kids throughout the country. That's concerning to me, that we don't have enough instruction that we can compare. I strongly believe that, kids are learning, but when we have our administrators say we can't make comparisons because we have not provided enough instruction, that's worrisome to me. I don't know what the right call is. I think, like Ms. Harmeling said, I think for every individual family and every group, it's a different call. But I'm just concerned about the kids who are struggling that we've not given an option to for several months now.
Okay, Mrs. Harmling, then Mr. Hatfield.
Thank you. So a couple of things. Mr. Champagne and just in general, the board, I don't feel at all that there was a slap in the face given to our teachers. We did charge the administration with quite a hefty lift in 9 days. And it was fully transparent insofar as we had an open meeting. So there was an open meeting, open discussion when the motion was made to put together some sort of plan, what it would look like to get students back to school. As a board, we didn't put any dates on that. We just said as soon as possible. And then a mere 9 or 10 days later, we had another meeting in public where we discussed lots of different things. We didn't hear from teachers at that point. They could have listened to that meeting, but they could have made public comment. So like I said, I respect everyone's decision, but I don't feel in any way, shape, or form that this was done in an underhanded or non-transparent manner. As Mrs. Tenza said, this was not a new plan. This was how do we take our existing plan and get students back to school? And to the point about, taking a breath and pausing, that's really easy to say when you're not living it with students who are falling behind. And so the frustration and the angst that I am sure you all hear in my voice, this is the voice of every parent that has sent a letter in saying, please, my child is not learning. Please let my child go back to school. Please, we can't do this at home anymore. The toll this is taking on families is too much. And we could say, let's take a pause and push it back 2 weeks, but let's be realistic. Those vaccinations, if they happen in the middle of February, people are not protected from this disease until the middle of March. So how much longer are we going to keep putting it back? And I promise you, I will be the first one. If our governor were to come on the news tomorrow and say, this strain is too contagious, we can't risk this, it would be a case of it is what it is. But the reality is schools have opened successfully all around us. The transmission rate from school has been low. The cases that we see coming out obviously have not been because of school, because no one's been in school, but transmission in school, that's one of the things that no one knew about when we went remote last March, and no one knew about when we started hybrid in the fall. But they know now, we know now as a nation that in-school transmission is low. And when you weigh the pros and cons, I just don't know how many times we can wait and wait and wait, because even waiting 2 weeks is not going to change the situation that we're in right now, unless someone was to say, it's too dangerous to be in school. And that is not what we're hearing from our public leaders.
Okay, Mr. Hatfield.
Jeez. So there's so much here that I'm struggling with as an educator and, as a member of the board. And I've tried to really be delicate in my balance of the two. And I appreciate Mrs. Tenza there shaking her head, because I'm sure she understands that it's not easy to be on both sides of this. So I thank you for that. But, when you hear the idea of many of our teachers, and I'm sorry, my connection might be cutting out, that are concerned, that then brings me to the point that what are we going to do if we have a high number of people who do elect to use their own time that they have and they can't come back? And then that creates another set of problems that we have. And I think we've seen some of that with the substitute issue, and I know the state has worked on it. But I think we do have to keep that in the back of our mind, that if there is a large percentage of teachers who can't fulfill their responsibilities because of COVID issues, what then do we do? And we heard from a number of people. I didn't keep track of how many were teachers, but at least I believe it was more than 15, I'm going to guess, from the public comment. Mr. Champagne could help me with that. And I think we do need to do a better job of, I'm not saying we've done a bad job, but I think we need to come up with some further solutions to that issue, Because again, what happens when we find out that we have 20 teachers throughout the district who cannot come to school and we don't have enough subs for that? We've talked about it with the bus drivers. What happens with teachers? The second point is the in-school transmission. I'm not sure if that's entirely true. I struggle to bring politics into this conversation, but I feel that people report that statement because they want the numbers of students in school, but they don't necessarily have all the background. We've had large amounts of cases that seem to have been transmitted through the district, and yet, we hear all around that, oh, it's not coming through the school. But again, I struggle with that because is that more emergency and they want the numbers of people in school, or because that's what's really happening? I don't know. I have doubts on that. So that's a little bit of a separate issue, my own personal opinion. But again, I have to voice on the side of the teacher here in the sense that people signed up to be a teacher, but there's so much weighing on their shoulders every day that they come here. And if we could do a small part to alleviate some of that by delaying it 2 weeks, then we're helping out a large percentage of our population. And again, I know it's hard, but I do have to voice on the side of the teacher here and say that if our numbers are 49.5% in our district, I don't know about Southbury, I don't know about Derby, I don't know what their numbers are, but if that's what we're seeing here, that's concerning to me. So maybe we should think about pausing.
Okay, anyone else wanting to, Mr. Stanek or Mr. Garofalo before Ms. Harmling, just want to make sure, or Ms. Nasteriak, anybody else wanting to respond?
If I may, once again,
Go ahead, Mr. Stanek, then I'll come to you, Ms. Harmling.
Fred Stanek again. I recently had a discussion with a pulmonary doctor who informed me that some 40 to 45% of the people infected by COVID are asymptomatic. The disease is out there, and we don't even know who actually has it or doesn't have it. This doctor also said the most important thing we could be doing right now before vaccination is widely administered is for we as people to stay away from each other as much as possible. I think that says a lot about this situation. This is a matter of life and death, life and death. I think we need to pause and delay at least 2 weeks. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Harmling, and then I'm going to ask us to possibly end discussion and think and maybe come up with a motion, because that was the possible action and that was the original motion. Ms. Harmling?
Okay, just two quick things. Our numbers are not 49.5% of anything. There's no 49.5% of anything. The number is 49 cases out of 100,000. Please, Mr. Wilson or Mrs. Tenza, correct me if I'm wrong. And there are not 100,000 people in Seymour. So that is a metric. That is not a percentage or a number in our town. It's just a metric. It's a calculation. The second thing is, with all due respect, it is not a political thing. It's the CDC that's been talking about in-school rates of transmission being low. So if you want to call that a political party, be that as it may. So it's not, from any social media site or anything like that. The third thing is that we do not have a collective read on a majority of teachers in our school. We have comments, more than we've ever received before, but we do not have a full census of what our teachers think and what our teachers want. And as we all know, people are more vocal when they're confronted with something they don't support than when confronted with something they do support. It is always the case that the people who don't want something we're talking about are going to be more vocal than people who support us. So I just really hope that we can come back to thinking about the students. We're not going to school without masks. We're not going to school at full capacity. We have mitigation strategies in place. And that's what makes it different from all of us going out on New Year's Eve. So that's all I'll say.
Okay, Mrs. Bruno?
just to follow up on that, because that is the guideline to consider both the cases as well as the mitigation factors. And I'm just looking for an update. Is there anything new for the board to consider regarding our ability to implement mitigation factors as a district?
Okay, can Mr. Wilson or Ms. Tenza answer that?
Certainly, I can try. We obviously going back to the hybrid model as opposed to full, it would be similar to when we exited. So the mitigation strategies would be more the ability to socially distance more. Obviously, our mask wearing and all of that we would still keep, and we were successful, and that is why we believe we were able to stay in for so long. The issue does become the more student population increase. The more population increase we get, the likelihood of being able to further social distance obviously becomes that much more difficult. So, as we increase, that would be a factor to really look at. But that's why coming back into a hybrid, it would be very similar, even inviting back a certain population that was discussed. We would be okay from a mitigation standpoint and a social distancing standpoint. The issue becomes when we go a little bigger than that and larger. So I hope that answers your question, but that's kind of where we're at just in terms of numbers and size. Our buildings, and just like no other building was ever meant to obviously have the hugest room space, if you will. So we would do our best, but that would be the best in the hybrid scenario, if that answers your question.
And you've made some changes to the plan in terms of things like staff lunches to avoid kind of staff being close contacts of each other, which was part of the issue back in November.
Correct.
Okay, Jay. Go ahead, Jay. You got to unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Sorry. Through the chair. The conversation now, though, is talking about reopening now for January 19th. So before we meet again as a full board, the second stage, so to speak, of the plan was supposed to go into effect in February. I just want to clarify where we would be. Are we going to just kind of go with the hybrid model between now and then? Will we review again at the February meeting before we go forward with the full type of reopening, or can you just quickly clarify?
Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I could certainly try. As I shared, Mr. Hatfield, we're constantly looking at the data, even for the reopening in hybrid on January 19th. And that's why, I answered the question as carefully as I could and said, based on today. If we get a number of cases this evening that would, for example, I'm just going to use this as an example, Seymour Middle School, we get 13 teachers that, are out. Well, there's no way we can come back to school at Seymour Middle School. They would be on remote, but we would still be on hybrid for the other 3 buildings. So something that we constantly monitor, Mr. Hatfield, and moving forward to increasing capacity is something that we would have to constantly monitor as well. So that's why I was referencing those 2-week windows. And I think, and I certainly don't want to speak for Mr. Stanek, I think that's what he was using for, if you shifted it out the 2 weeks, then you would keep it on some sort of phased reentry track using the 2-week. But we're still monitoring the data. This does not eliminate us monitoring the data. As I said, everything has changed so fluidly, as this board understands. We're looking at the data. We're looking at what our numbers look like in Seymour. And that's why our head nurse has done a wonderful job keeping that data for us real time in terms of what's going on in our learning community. So, it could change tomorrow. It could not change tomorrow. It could say we push it out till February 1. We would still have to do the same process. That doesn't eliminate our process from now until then, and still looking at how many teachers, unfortunately, we have out, either because they have or staff members, I should say, either they've contracted the virus and or have been mandatory quarantining as well. So that all impacts our numbers and our ability to open successfully, no matter which stage we're on. So I think that and to your point, Mr. Hatfield, it's a tough dynamic, and I appreciate you wearing both hats. It's very tough. I mean, it's on one hand, we have concern from teachers, and on the other hand, we have concern to get back to learning if we can, even for hybrid. So I understand and appreciate that. And that's, the stuff that my team takes very seriously in looking at all of those factors. But, while everything is changing and while everything could change, it would not eliminate us continually reviewing that data. But if we wanted to, if that were the board's pleasure to, move things to the first, meaning a hybrid return with the extended population, and then continually monitoring thereafter for the increased populations, because hopefully phase 1B would have been enacted by then. And you're right, the first vaccine is not the end all be all, because you do need both. And it's a 30-day window between both of the vaccines, is my understanding. So, but it would help, I think, in some people's minds, knowing that they had the vaccine. So I'm trying not to be ambiguous in my answer, but I'm trying to answer your question, Mr. Hatfield, and saying that we're looking at the data constantly, and that changes from, any information as I'm speaking right now that our head nurse may be receiving compared to the information I shared with her at 4:00 this afternoon. So that is constantly changing, and we are constantly looking at that to see if we have the ability to staff and reopen and come back safely for our students and staff.
Mr. Chair?
Okay,
Go ahead.
Mr. Hatfield, if I can interject first. Okay, obviously all points well taken, well explained and stuff there. I'm just thinking that I feel like we're spinning our wheels here. So, I would like to encourage us to make a decision, because according to our adding to the agenda, we have discussion and possible action. Is there anyone that would like to make a motion to that effect?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Champagne.
I'd like to make a motion. I just have one question. When is our February board meeting? Is it the 1st or the 8th? I can't remember if we meet on the 1st.
We meet on the 1st.
I'm sorry, Chris, I don't know either.
It's the first.
It's the 1st. Okay. So I move that we push the hybrid start date to February 15th in order to give us 2 weeks after our February meeting.
Could you repeat that again, Chris, please?
Move that we push the hybrid start date to February 15th, and then this will give us 2 weeks after our February meeting.
Okay, is there a second to Chris's motion?
Fred Stanek, I will second the motion.
Okay. All right. Now, do we need further discussion? And
Yes.
obviously, you can. Go ahead, Ms. Harmling.
So that would be moving it 4 weeks out before our students go back to school hybrid. That is 4 weeks out. And I want everyone to keep in mind the voice of our senior student representative and what his view on this topic is. And he is not a cowboy. He is speaking on behalf of his peers. I'd also like to point out that if the CIAC allows winter sports to happen, we will have taken away the opportunity for our high schoolers to compete by moving hybrid back 4 weeks.
Okay. Anyone else wanting to,
I would like to comment with that. Just like the comment about the handful of teachers not representing the entire teacher staff. I respect Zach, but I don't know if he speaks for the entire student body.
I agree with you, Mr. Champagne. I will moderate my comments, but he certainly speaks for his peer group, and got a mini focus group right here at my house, and I will speak on their behalf as well. 4 weeks to push back a hybrid start is a long time. And it has a huge impact on people who are craving to have at least some semblance of a junior and senior year in terms of interscholastic sports and clubs and events.
okay. Anyone else wishing to comment before I call for a vote on the motion by Chris? Okay. Mrs. Bruno, you know the motion is to move the hybrid out to February 15th. What is your vote, please?
Kristen Bruno, I vote no.
Mr. Champagne?
Chris Champagne, yes.
Mr. Garofalo,
Jim Garofalo, no.
Kristen Harmeling,
Kristen Harmeling, no.
Mr. Hatfield,
Jay Hatfield, yes.
Mr. Kubik,
Peter Cubic, no.
Mrs. Nesteriak,
Beth Mysteriak, no.
Mr. Stanek,
Fred Stanek, yes.
and Mr. Stramel votes no. So the motion to move it out to the 15th fails. 1, 2, 3, 6 no's to 3 yeses. Okay, is there a different motion on the floor? Chair will entertain a different motion.
If I may, Fred Stanek,
Yes,
I will make the same motion that Mr. Champagne made, except the date would be February 1st. And also that we schedule a special Board of Education meeting for Wednesday, January 27th, to review this matter.
Chris Champagne, I'll second.
okay, so we switched. You guys switched. Okay, and it's all right. Is everybody clear? Now, I want to make sure, Mr. Stank, that you're including in your motion the hybrid to begin on February 1st and also including a special meeting on Wednesday, January 27th. Is that correct, Mr. Stanek?
Fred Stanek, that is my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion needed on that motion?
Can I ask this is Beth, can I just ask a clarification?
Sure.
I believe the hybrid plan or the existing plan called for certain students to come back full-time January 18th. Is that correct? Those with plans or whatever. Where does that stand in the current motion? Would that be, because that's a week away and people are planning to have probably already made arrangements for those students to come back full-time. What was the motion intent with regards to that group?
Mr. Stanek?
If I may, my intent is to follow the plan that was previously approved, except extend the hybrid reopening till February 1st.
Instead of January 9th,
Yes.
instead of January 19th, correct?
Yes.
Go ahead, Kristen.
Mr. Wilson, is it the case that if we are still in a fully remote environment, that our students cannot participate in athletics or meet for clubs?
I would need to get clarification on that again. That was the original direction that the CIAC had, but in light of the fact that districts are all over the place, I would have to have our athletic director reach out and verify that, Ms. Harmon.
Okay, thank you. So there's no way to have an answer tonight, which I totally understand. No worries.
Okay, any other questions needed on the motion? Okay. Mrs. Bruno, you're clear on the motion? Everybody's clear on the motion? It's February 1st as planned instead of January 19th and Wednesday, January 27th special meeting. That's the motion. Correct, Mr. Stanek?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, Mrs. Bruno.
I just can't delay the return of kids with IEPs, so I'm voting no.
Okay, Mr. Champagne.
Chris Champagne, yes.
Mr. Garofalo.
Jim Garofalo, no.
Ms. Harmling.
Ms. Harmeling, no.
Mr. Hatfield.
Jay Hatfield, yes.
Mr. Kubik.
Peter Cubic, no.
Was that no, Peter?
Correct, that's a no.
All right, Ms. Nesteriak.
Beth Mysteriak, no.
Okay, Mr. Stanek.
Fred Stanek, yes.
All right. Oh, man. I'm going to vote no. So the motion does not pass.
Through the chair. So I don't want to not make a motion, but it seems like we're somewhat split on this issue in the sense of a date. Is those of you in the know, is there a different date that would be more sufficient, or is there something here that would help to kind of meet us in the middle? Through the chair, if I could ask that question. Mrs. Harlings, go ahead. I'm waiting for Mr. Stramello, but I feel on both sides of this issue. Again, I don't have children here, so I
Okay.
feel
Mrs.
for
Bruno, I saw your
everybody.
hand up
But
first.
I just need.
Mr. Bruno, I thought I saw your hand up first.
I would be open to conversation, and I get it. I wear the hat of an educator and a parent and a board member. I think it's not prudent to go from hybrid to full on the timeline that we set. I would be okay with some conversation around, and a special board meeting like Mr. Stanek proposed, around delaying the full time return, because that impacts the mitigation factors and the social
Okay.
distancing.
Ms. Harmling.
Yeah, I agree with Mrs. Bruno that maybe that second 2 weeks right now is scheduled for February 1st, full return for K-5. Maybe we're not ready for that. But I also want to point out that, administration, they're fully empowered to make that call, right? So if we find out that this going back to school in hybrid with our additional students that are struggling, if that feels like capacity, if it feels like it would be too much to bring back all of the students because we can't mitigate to the extent we want to, or if the numbers do shift, administration can make that call, right? So I'm always open to a special meeting, yes, but and I think that's a very vital point to point out, Kristen. But the administration can do that without us, is what I'm saying. I don't think we need any more motions. My personal opinion.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
With the special needs students returning, what is our hybrid classes looking like? Have the teachers and parents been notified to make a decision on whether or not to keep their children home and elect for full distance?
Okay, Mr. Wilson, Mrs. Tenza, or Dr. Boyle, who would like to respond to that question?
I will attempt to respond to it. Would you mind repeating it? I want to make sure I understand it. I think I understand it.
Well, I'm just wondering if when the hybrid begins, and let's make no mistake that the special needs children aren't getting months and months extra. It's about 7 days extra that they're getting. Have we put together classroom sizes and numbers and distributed that to parents in order for them to make a decision of whether or not they choose to elect to keep their children at full distance? Because if some parents see that there's a class that may have 15, 16, 17 students, they may choose to keep their children home versus a class that may have 7 or 8.
Right. So I did understand your question. Thank you. This is Mrs. Tenza. So the administrators have put together those numbers. They are not sharing them with individual families that they're reaching out to saying, if you're interested in coming back, this would be the number of children in your classroom. They understand, I believe, through our communications, what the current numbers have always been and that they could increase. And I believe in some cases when parents have reached out, they've been informed what the number could be or as a possible max. But in terms of, has every single parent be given the exact top capacity number if all of the invited special education / high needs kids were to accept the invitation? I think I could fairly say that hasn't happened on a one-to-one correlation.
Okay, Chris?
Not okay, but okay.
I would like to add, again, this is Mrs. Tenza, that I do know that parents have called and asked, and administrators have shared that information to help parents make their own individual decision. We're not trying to sway anybody. It's a very personal decision. And we're trying to be very respectful of that. So definitely parents who are calling and asking are getting that information. But it hasn't been prepared. It could be quite time consuming to prepare and send out on an individual basis.
Okay. Now, where are we? Is a good question.
I just had a question
Yes.
through the chair. What is the timeline for parents to elect to stay remote?
Okay. Go ahead, Vonda.
This is Mrs. Tenza. We have asked our parents to try to let us know if possible by, I believe, Wednesday. I'm trying to look at the calendar while I'm talking with you. Theoretically by Wednesday of this week, if they're planning on joining us, if the students that are invited in are joining us. Students that are already full remote learners can either stay full remote learners or come back in the hybrid model if they're not the high needs. And they can let us know that.
Students who were in the hybrid back in November, if they wanted to stay remote, same timeline.
Okay, now we've had two motions, one for February 15th, one for February 1st. Both motions were voted down. So what is the board's pleasure now? And I think if I remember Mrs. Harmling saying she doesn't think we need another motion. But that was just Ms. Harmling. I would like the board, other board members.
Through the chair, just again for clarification. So if we don't make another motion, then we're going to stay unless the administration changes it. We're going to start in our model going January 19th and then to the more full model on February 1st. Is that correct?
That's what I believe the plan is. Correct, Mr. Wilson?
That is correct, but the February 1st date, remember, all contingent upon how we do in the hybrid before allowing even more students into the building. So while that's on paper, those are not steadfast dates. But I did hear from, I believe it was Mrs. Bruno and Ms. Harmling to say that, while they don't feel that fully bringing back pre-K to 5 might be prudent at this time, but as Ms. Harmling also said, that is an administrative component, Mr. Hatfield. So, while it would state that we would come back in a hybrid, we would a lot more to see before we allow even more capacity within the buildings.
Okay, Mr. Hatfield, before I go to Ms. Harmling. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Harmling.
I just want to clarify, Mr. Wilson and Mrs. Tenza, that February 1st is a full return for pre-K to 5 only, right? And then it's only the high school, and I'm not sure at the middle school. The high school would go back full J in the middle of February. So 3 stages, right? Return to hybrid plus the invitees, then elementary, then middle plus high school, full.
Those are the phases that were outlined. That's correct.
Thank you. So Jay, I just wanted to make sure that's clear. That February 1st is not returned to full for the full district.
Okay.
And then just clarifying questions in regards to the athletic question before. Students on hybrid for the winter semester would still, or at this current time, would still not be eligible to participate as previously from the fall, correct?
Hybrid participates.
Those athletes who, I'm sorry, say it again.
Hybrid participates.
So if you're a hybrid student, right, that's what I'm saying. If you still are opting out, you're not eligible to participate in the winter sports season.
If you're opting out, that's correct. Yes. If you're back in hybrid, you can participate. That's correct. That's my understanding unless something has changed. But that's my understanding because students need to be in school to participate. And if we are in school, even in hybrid, that would have to hold true, Mr. Hatfield.
Well, I guess my clarifying question is because of the February entrance date, that then it's still in the middle of the season. So if kids come in February, can they participate in the season? You see what I'm trying to say? Because we're going for the full reopening, possibly middle February.
Yes. So, but to return on the 19th is when obviously some winter sports would really be gearing up. They would have to be involved in the hybrid learning approach, Mr. Hatfield, as opposed to when we came back February 17th.
Right. So I just want to hope that information is clear to the students because they might think, oh, I come back in the middle of February, well, I could still play because the season's still going on.
Yeah, and I think our athletic department has done a good job articulating that, and I will make sure they do the same.
All right. So I'm going to suggest that we leave this topic and move on. Unless I hear from somebody who wants to make another motion. Okay, so we go on to the superintendent's report, pandemic actions taken by the superintendent. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Stramello. I'll be brief this evening. There were no new pandemic actions taken. We've been working very hard with our team of administrators to draft a budget, and we look forward to the upcoming budget workshops with the board to present this budget. As I shared in this previous conversation, our head nurse and I have been working very closely with the director of Naugatuck Valley Health District to continue to monitor numbers since we are scheduled to return to hybrid learning on Tuesday, the 19th, and we are anxiously awaiting the return of our students. We're going to continue to monitor these numbers as we just shared in this discussion to determine our continued phased extended reopening and what that means for it. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank our wonderful teachers for all of their hard work and dedication to our students. We've had the opportunity to join classrooms remotely. Mrs. Tenza, myself, I know all the administrators do that daily, and their work with the students is wonderful and to be commended. So they are working extremely hard no matter what the platform is. And my communication with the team of teachers has been just that. Whatever the platform is, they have risen to the occasion and have worked to their best of their ability and their hardest to present material to our students. And we're very grateful to have such a dedicated and caring staff. So those are my comments this evening, Mr. Stramello.
Okay, any questions for the superintendent? Okay, then we move along to information part 2, and we have the activities and recognitions from both the Seymour Middle School, Bungay Elementary School, and Chatfield Presti Elementary School. Do any board members want to ask any questions concerning any of those? Okay, hearing none, I will move along to the Special Education Monthly Enrollment Update. Okay. Mr. Boyle, do you have a brief comment or a longer comment on that?
No, I mean, as demonstrated in the various graphs, not a lot has changed from the December data to this point. Our numbers of special ed identified students still is trending lower than it historically has. I do believe the context of us being out of school and our evaluation process during the closures has impacted that. But no, not a lot has changed, but I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Okay, any questions for Dr. Boyle? Okay, then we move along to the next information, which you see the staff hiring, and you also see the staff resignations. And then we now move to public comment second. Mr. Champagne.
I have one.
Would you please read it?
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up. This is from Kimberly Farmer, 5 William Lane. Dear Board of Education members, I could not agree more with Mike Rotatori and Mrs. Champagne regarding pushing the date to return to any form of in-person learning. I'm aware some families do not agree, but in my opinion, a positive, effective routine has been established by both teachers and students during this remote learning time. I have 3 children in 3 different school levels, and I believe it's obvious that the state COVID statistics dictate that we should not be heading back to the buildings in 1 week. I would also like to state I don't understand why the Board of Ed meeting participants are not showing up live on YouTube or Zoom. Not meeting in person is one thing, but to not be live for the public to see is becoming unacceptable and a bit insulting to the community. If there's a legitimate reason for this, please let me know. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and that's it, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the next item on there is the executive session. And I need somebody to make a motion to enter into executive session for the discussion of the superintendent's contract and to invite Attorney Dugas into that.
So moved, Chris Champagne.
Okay, Chris Champagne. Does someone
Second, Jay Hatfield.
Jay Hatfield seconds it. Okay. All right. Mrs. Bruno.
Kristen Bruno, yes.
Okay. Mr. Champagne.
Chris Champagne, yes.
Mr. Garofalo.
Tim Garofalo, yes.
Mr. Hatfield.
Mr. Hatfield, yes.
Mr. Kubik.
Peter Kubik, yes.
Mrs. Nesteriak.
Beth Mysteriak, yes.
Mr. Stanek.
Fred Stanek, yes.
And Mr. Stramella votes yes. So you'll be going into.
Mr. Stramello,
Yes.
you skipped me, so Kristen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Tommy. How could I do
It's fine, no problem. I'm a yes.
that? Okay, boy, oh boy, I'm losing it. All righty, so now Chris is gonna provide us the link to the executive session.
Yeah,
Correct,
I sent it to everybody's board
Can people hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to say we entered regular session at 10:59, and the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
That was Jim,
Second.
seconded by Peter. All those in favor?
Aye.
Fred Stanek, aye.
Kristen Harmeling, aye.
Ed Stromello, Fred Stanek,
Kristen Bruno, aye.
Beth Stariak. Okay, so we are adjourned.
Night, everybody.
Good night.
Aye.
Good night.